All right, calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission meeting March 17th, 2021. So let's start with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. We'll begin the roll call. Chair Grumbine.
Here.
Vice Chair House.
Here.
Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Here.
Commissioner Lundick.
Here.
Commissioner Mayhan.
Here.
Commissioner Manuel.
Here. Hold on a second.
Commissioner Uli.
Here.
That is everyone. Thank you.
All right. Okay, on to general business. Item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within its jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on items not on today's agenda, now is your opportunity. And while we wait for a few hands to raise, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence for items not on today's agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did receive general written correspondence that was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I do see one hand raised in the attendees list. So Richard Clausen, I'm going to unmute you. And go ahead, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine, Mr. Hamilton, and commissioners. I want to speak to 2 points this afternoon. The more important one is the commission's likely representation on a State Street Master Plan Committee to be named by the council based on applications from the public. The commission will have 1 seat on the eventual 15 to 17 member committee. Normally, an officer of the commission would be the logical representative, but there have been exceptions. Neither of the original appointed members of HLC to the current De La Guerra Plaza Revitalization Committee were HLC officers. The officers often have ex officio responsibilities that fill their calendars in addition to active practice and other commitments. I suggest the commission consider putting forward the names of newer members. Commissioner Dordan has a notable background in academia, something not well represented on any city committee. As well, he could bring an outside perspective to a committee likely populated by entrenched local interests. Commissioner Manuel could bring his experience as a landscape architect. As we have seen with the city's plan for the West Side Community Paseo project, hardscape design seems uppermost in many planning processes when landscape design is often what makes a built environment attractive and livable. I do not foresee another seat on the Master Plan Committee for landscape considerations. On balance, though, I suggest you put forth Commissioner Dordan as the HLC representative. Second, the upcoming council appeal of the West Side Community Paseo project design next week is of concern. I have requested information from the city clerk on the steps for that agenda item and the admissibility of commissioners' comments as private citizens, not related to their service on the commission. It is unusual that the city would be the appellant and that carries a risk of an imbalance in allotted presentation time. I will email the commission with whatever information the clerk provides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. All right, do we have, Mr. Hamilton, do we have any other members of the public who have raised their hand virtually by clicking on the green arrow?
Mr. Chair, and to the commission, no remaining public commenters at this time. So back to you to the next agenda item.
All right, thank you. Okay, in that case, let's go on to the approval of the minutes of the historic of our meeting minutes from March 3rd, 2021. Do I have a motion?
I'll
Mr.
move
Chair,
to
I'll-
approve the minutes as submitted.
All right, motion by Commissioner Mahan. Have a second?
and I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner House in the second. All right, under discussion, any edits or discussion on that?
I have one comment on page.
All right, Commissioner Jordan and then Commissioner Lenbick.
Thank you. On page 6, there's a notation that public comment opened at 4:58 p.m. and closed at 4:54 p.m. So we either have a time warp there or that needs to be reversed.
All right. Thank you for that catch. Commissioner Lenbick.
Yes, thank you. On page 5, under the motions, under motion 2, 3, and 6, the motion refers to a wall, and the Presidio wall, and the Presidio wall. And there, as I recall reading it, there is no wall there. There's a foundation there below grade, but there is no standing wall in that area. And I think this should be corrected to read Presidio foundation wall, or no, Presidio wall foundation in each of those items 2, 3, and 6, as well as on page 6, item 1 under the motion, provide more information on the Presidio wall foundation.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair House.
perhaps to be even more specific, we should say the Presidio Defense Wall Foundation.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Well, there's only one concern I have about that is I think that there is a portion of the actual wall that's coming out of the actual adobe wall. It's not just the foundation of it, is my understanding as well. And I think that was part of the points of our clarity, of asking for clarity, because I think it's not simply the actual foundation, but I think that there's a portion of actual adobe of the wall that is supposed to be above the ground. Now, I could be wrong on that, but I think that was the pictures weren't showing it, but that's been my understanding of it. So I don't know if anyone else has additional clarity on it, but I think foundation wall might work well. Yeah.
I was there last week I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I would take a look, and I could clearly see the stones because they've been cleaned off to be more evident, but I did not see any adobe. So I think the wall is not there. I think just the foundation remains.
Okay. Okay. In that case, let's go with that. Yeah, defense wall foundation as the clarifying term. Okay, sounds good. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair?
Edits? Commissioner Mahan.
Yes, on that same page, item 10, the commission is not in favor of open parking on Canon Perdido Street. What does that mean?
Mr. Chair, that had to do with garage doors on the rear garage spaces.
Okay, well, the 11 says obscure the mechanical lift with doors on garage 103. Is that what the garage doors we're talking about?
Yeah, that should all be one comment, I think.
I don't think we really need 10 if we have 11.
Correct.
Well, I think we should strike item 10. Simplified.
Yeah, because I think they are going together. It's yeah, into one. So we were saying that we didn't want it to be able to see it from Canon Perdido. I believe so. I think that's right. So so I think that yeah, we could probably strike 10 and just keep 11 because it's very, very specific.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other edits? All right, so with that, with those edits, let's have a roll call vote.
Hell happened.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. Begin the roll call vote. Start with Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. In that case, on to item C, approval of the consent calendar for March 17th, 2021. I have a motion.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
All right, Commissioner House is going to second it.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds seconding it. All right, now under discussion, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and read the notes from today's consent meeting. Item A, 735 Anacapa Street, that's City Hall project, received project design approval and final approval. Item B, 1017 State, the item received project design approval and final approval with a condition. Item C, 701 Anacapa, the project received project design approval and final approval as submitted. And item D, 111 West Valerio Street, the project received project design approval and final approval as submitted. And then finally, item E, 225 State Street received final approval as submitted. And the consent reviewers at today's hearing were Commissioners Mahan and Manuel.
All right, great, thank you. All right, any other notes, Commissioner Mahan or Commissioner Manuel, on the consent items before we, any other discussion or questions from Commission? All right, in that case, let's go to our roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Jordan,
yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Grumbine, or Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we are on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. All right, so Mr. Hamilton, do we have announcements and including, or Ms. Hernandez, or both, or announcements, appeals, all that good stuff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do, both from Nicole and myself. So Ms. Hernandez, if you'd like to go first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. Just a few things. Last Tuesday, the Ordinance Committee, the Council Ordinance Committee reviewed the Historic Resources Ordinance for the second time and made recommendations for it to move to Council. So we'll be scheduling that probably sometime in May. And I'll be working with our Guidelines Committee, which is Commissioner Uli and Commissioner Howes, to edit, especially the intro section to the Historic Resource Design Guidelines that really describes our process, because that was adopted. We approved that back in 2014, and it doesn't match any of our new ordinance. And we'll be looking at some other minor changes throughout those guidelines and getting the independent document ready with all the sections of the ordinance together. And the other announcement I want to make is we, last fall, I talked to you all about applying for a grant from the SHPO's office for an African-American Black historic context statement. This is a document that describes the whole history of Santa Barbara's African-American community, and through that history and comprehensive view identifies really key historic resources that represent that history. And so that I will be taking the request to even apply for the grant to council on May 13th. But we won't be meeting, or not May 13th, April 13th. So that will be coming up before your next hearing, but hopefully they'll approve the application and we'll submit that on May 14th. So those are the big items coming through Historic Preservation Program.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the commission. I have two announcements as well. The first is just a reminder that there will be no HLC consent or full commission the week of March 31st. So we'll get a little bit of a break there. The next meetings will be on April 14th. The next thing is that the appeal for West Side Paseos project, as you know, is March 23rd, which is next Tuesday. And staff is requesting that one member of the HLC is present at the appeal hearing to basically represent the Historic Landmarks Commission. So if you could please decide on someone to represent the HLC, that would be great. And also the full commission, anybody else who wants to join from the commission may, if they, just to give public comment. But just to keep the presentation times down, we do request that one member is present to represent HLC.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other announcements from staff?
I did forget
Oh, yeah.
one.
Mr. Mendes?
I apologize,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair and Commissioners. Just as a reminder that on the next HLC meeting, which will be April 14th, I believe, that's when we're doing the large amount of designations. We have about 20. So far, 3 people have asked to be pulled, just stay on the potentials list. I'll update that for you, but all the reports are in your members only folder. So they're in there for you whenever you want to start looking at them.
And sorry, Mr. Mendes, what was the date again that we're reviewing those?
It's at your next hearing in
Have they
4
been
weeks.
scheduled?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
okay. The next
April
one, yep.
14th. April 14th. I
Yeah,
think.
so we have a spring break so that we can read them.
Yeah. So
Great.
there's only about 17 of them. So and then we have a couple individual ones, but it's a designation day.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds
Thanks.
good. Thank you. All right. Any other announcements from staff?
Mr. Chair,
Okay, Ms. We'll go Commissioner Edmonds and then Commissioner Lenvik. I saw Commissioner Edmonds first. Go ahead.
I think we should decide on who is going to represent us at the city council meeting next week
Yeah.
regarding the West Side Paseo.
Yeah.
I would be glad to be
I
there.
agree. I was actually going to volunteer to be on HLC's official thing because I think that as the chair and with this being such a strongly controversial thing, I think it would be good for me to represent us in terms of and really argue strongly what the reasons why we had. And I do think it'd be also very helpful and good of the commissioners to any and all that can come and speak as members of the public to also voice their reasons and their thought process with it as well. It's an odd case because it's the one, it's the city and the city as both the appealing body and the body of from the planning side of things and review. So it's odd in that way, but I think that we were very strong and passionate about our reasons for why we were against it, and I think that it's also a part of a larger issue of trying to figure out a better way for particularly city projects, but also these projects with grants and other things that have tied to it, that they need to have a process that really brings stuff before us first or early on, as opposed to towards the end. So I think it's also part of a bigger picture that needs to be discussed, and as the elephant in the room. So if everyone's in okay with that arrangement, I would like to, for this one especially, take it.
My
All right.
other question is, do we appoint the person that will represent us at the State Street Planning Group?
Yeah, I was gonna get into that as well. I wanted to have a discussion on that. And Commissioner Edmonds, I don't know if that was your question as well, and you had actually spoken up first, but why don't we go to your question, Commissioner Edmonds, and then let's get back to Commissioner Lenvix, because I think that's the discussion I wanted to have with everyone, and also kind of give a broader context for where things are with that as well, and what it is, because this is an unusual group that is the city's forming. So, all right, Commissioner Edmonds, did you have an item
I
you
just
wanted
wanted to
to announce?
leave later than 5 o'clock today. I think we'll be done, but just in case we're not.
All right, sounds good. We'll keep a charge going. All right, back to your question, Commissioner Lenvik. Yeah, so let me give a little bit of background more, and then I think we need to talk about how we're going to go forward with it. The State Street Subcommittee from the City Council, the 3-member subcommittee, that has been meeting since, I don't know, fall of last year, we ended up developing a sort of vision mission statement for State Street based on some of transportation's meeting with us and others, and then also a public survey and another public survey, and sort of a number of pieces they found that were similar. I'm getting some feedback. I don't know if or some reverb. Oh, now it's gone. So that was what was happening up until January or so, January into February. And then they forwarded on to council some of the sort of summary vision statements for State Street. As part of that also was a forming of this advisory group. This advisory, I don't know if it's going to be called technically a subcommittee or whether it's just advisory group or what. I think it's an advisory group is the nature of it. And they're still specifically on State Street. I think it needs to branch out to at least the downtown core, not just be State Street, but as a way of trying to figure out the long path forward. And so as part of this, they looked at a bunch of different options. Staff suggested some options of multiple HLC members and multiple planning commissioners and kind of multiple of more within the city organization and with a few outside members. But it was decided on to do this, whatever 15-member, that it's actually a lot more outside members, with only one HLC and one planning commissioner. And so that's, and it also is a process that they're going to be taking applications, I guess, from the public and from everyone, and trying to fill these slots of different groups. And I don't know if I wanted staff to comment on this if they know any more, but according to because I did watch, or was part of the city council meeting, and I made a public comment, but I don't know if they have decided whether if there's a time frame for it, and if they decided whether they want planning commission and HLC to elect their own, like a normal thing, or whether they want them to be part of the process of putting an application in to be, well, as if in the same way that you put an application in for applying for HLC member in general. So I don't know if staff had any more knowledge about that or where that is, but I wanted to check on that first. So, Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, and to the commission, unfortunately, I don't have the answer right now, but I can look into it, and we can send an email to you all to follow up on it.
Okay, that sounds good. I think that because I don't know whether it's going to be a we volunteer someone, or whether it's going to be a that they just want to leave it open to whoever applies. So that would be And time frame wise, do we even know when everything's due?
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that either. But we
Okay.
will look into it and let you know.
Okay, sounds good. So, and we're not going to be meeting in 2 weeks. So then the next question is, process-wise, should we say if they're asking for a member put forth from HLC and ABR, do we do that now? And then because we might not meet for 4 weeks, and that might be the deadline or pretty close to it, or do we do that now in case, and then or do we just wait and can we do that by email if that's in the way it ends up being, that they want us to put forward someone as opposed to this application process?
Yes, I think it can be done through email, but
Okay,
I will confirm and follow up.
Okay, sounds good. So why don't we do that in terms of our process so that we can, if we want to talk about it now, we can, but until we know whether it's one version or the other, I think we're gonna, we don't want to waste our efforts on something that's not going to actually be that way.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Mr. Lundick.
I don't consider something as important as State Street as wasting our efforts now. I think, I mean, someone in the public has opposed Mr. Jordan, and that's all well and good. I certainly would like to serve on that committee representing HLC. And I'm afraid that simply putting an email together creates a very limiting opportunity for us to discuss who should represent us on this committee, who dealing with a very important issue of what happens on State Street. So I just, want it to be known that I am very much interested in serving on that committee myself. And I think Steve Howes should serve on it. I mean, he's been involved down there as well. But I just think we ought to discuss this before we go and simply put our opinion into an email. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Well, on that matter, I certainly respect the opinions offered by Mr. Clausen, but I also think that there's a wisdom to the continuity of having you represent the HLC, Mr. Chair, because you've been viewing all the subcommittee meetings to date. Perhaps Commissioner Lenvik has as well. And I also think Commissioner Lenvik would be a good representative and a strong voice. So I could support any of those. As far as other announcements, I would like to announce ex parte communication with David Stone regarding 222 East Cannon Perdido. He called me to let me know that they had cleaned off the stone foundation so it was more visible. And I believe he also said they had had a surveyor out to identify exactly where it was. And I think I recommended to him that he should probably request that staff communicate that to the rest of the commission, that they could go out and view the wall since it's now more exposed. And I think the only other thing I wanted to announce is to duly note that the commission secretary, Ms. Rydell, is wearing green today, as is appropriate. As am I.
Very good. Well done. Very well done.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on that note, if
Commissioner
you're
Drury.
Irish, to wear green.
I hope the Irishmen on this commission are wearing green.
No, you don't. That's the point.
Chair,
You're
Mr.
Irish
Chair.
already. You don't need to wear green.
Mr. Chair,
Right.
I'm not only wearing green, but I'm in a green room.
Yes. I see
There
that.
you go. You're always green. It's reflected light. Sounds good.
And Mr. Chair, I do.
Yeah,
have
very
to-
good. And duly noted. Well, with the luck of the Irish, we'll get you out before 5:45. Commissioner Drury.
4-6,
Or-
and
or-
also I will. This is for Miss Rydell. I will not be at the April 14th meeting. I'll be out of town.
Okay.
Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Okay, well, so how do we want to handle this? I think for the State Street thing, I guess we can vote on sending a particular member. I was actually going to see about asking. I don't know how it was a decision made at City Council, sort of on the spot. But I was actually going to ask City Council to reconsider some of that for HLC, their decision on HLC and Planning Commission. I think that it's extremely important that there's and with Commissioner Lenvik, when we were on the objective design standards, for example, it was very good to have two voices, both had slightly different takes on things, but also with EPV in mind. To be able to have that as part of a strong lead in the discussion. So I don't know how it'll play out, and not knowing the time frame, it might be that we have to decide earlier as opposed to later, and I understand that. But if the commission would like to have to try to go through it and get a vote for one particular person right now to represent from HLC, that's fine too. If we want to go ahead and try to do that, Commissioner Uli.
I'm concerned that this has turned into an unagendized item with the lengthy discussion, and I suggest that it be agendized for the next meeting that will give staff enough time to pull the facts and figures together for us to discuss the matter and take action.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, Commissioner Uli, I think that does make sense. But my only concern is if it's in 4 weeks is our next meeting, and if the deadline is before that. But if that is the case, we could always vote by email. So I guess that could be a backup.
I'm sure that if there is a spot for the HLC on this subcommittee or whatever they call it, that seat is not going to go away because we haven't designated someone. It's going to be there.
That's true.
So I just want to make sure that we're following our public protocol.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Uli. Mr. Hamilton, did you have anything to add?
Well, just Mr. Chair, to the commission, just to note that Commissioner Uli is correct. This is turning into a discussion and should be agendized if if you all do want to take a vote. Yeah, it should be agendized for further discussion. I'm sorry I don't have additional information at this time, but yeah, we will follow up with an email and continue the discussion that way.
Sounds good. All right, let's do that. And then so maybe we can agendize it for the next session. So in 4 weeks or whatever. All right, any other announcements? Or future agenda items, appeals, anything else? Anyone? All right. In that case, let's close item D. On to item E, subcommittee reports. Any subcommittee reports? All right. Oh, I actually did have one more announcement I forgot to announce. Commissioner Jordan is going to be next week, and I know you have nothing on Wednesday evenings, every other Wednesday evening, so you can all watch it. Commissioner Jordan is going to be giving a talk, the second in the series, the Santa Barbara Yesterday, Today, Tomorrow, the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation is putting on, I believe at 6 o'clock, Commissioner Jordan, and so if you want to tune in for that, it's free and should be great. So, how's that for holding, putting the bar high? All right. Did you want to say anything on that, Commissioner Jordan?
No, it's free, so that's all I'll say about it.
Yeah. And maybe staff can send out a link to it as well, so it's easy for everyone to see and log on to. Or connect to. I think you have to sign up to be able to log on. So, all right. And I think that's it for my announcements that I can remember. And then so subcommittee reports. Any last subcommittee reports or any subcommittee reports? All right. We'll close item E and on to item 1. Okay. Review and approval. Certified local government miscellaneous action item. Review and approve the Certified Local Government 2019-2020 Annual Report as required by the California Office of Historic Preservation. All right. Ms. Hernandez? Or Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, sorry.
Whoever wants to, yeah,
Um,
no worries.
Yes, so that every year that we participate in the Certified Local Government Program, we do an annual report outlining our historic preservation activities, and the commission is required to review it prior to my submittal to the state. So that's pretty much it. Let me know if you have any questions or comments on the report.
Okay, thank you. All
Mr.
right.
Chair.
Hold 1 sec. I think we might need to go into public comment. Mr. Hamilton,
Mr. Chair, and to the commission, that is correct. We should open public comment.
okay. All right, so any member of the public wishes to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the green arrow hand icon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on item 1, please click the hand icon. And while we wait for any more hands to be raised, I'll just confirm with Ms. Rydell whether we received any written correspondence for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. To the chair and the rest of the commission, I did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. And I do see a hand raised. Richard Clausen, I'm going to unmute you. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine, Mr. Hamilton. Chair Grumbine, it's your prerogative to rule me out of order, and I'll understand. Several years ago, a private applicant appealed an ABR decision on a project at 501 East Mitchell-Torreno. A member of ABR was blocked from public comment by virtue of his board service. The mayor ruled that ABR members could have been part of a group presentation, but not as private citizens. The commission may choose to coordinate a team of commissioners to present the case during the appeal if there are multiple commissioners who wish to contribute. The chance that they can contribute as private citizens, there may be a precedent for disallowing that. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that input, Mr. Clausen. And I know it is out of order, but maybe we'll continue with this item and then we'll revisit it after this item because there might be some notes to follow up with questions for staff. Okay, so any other public comment, Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, and to the commission, there are no additional hands raised at this time, so we can close public comment.
Okay, great. Okay, let's close public comment. Back to the commission for questions on the report.
I'll move we accept the report.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that. And in discussion,
Okay.
I'd like to offer my thanks to our architectural historian, Ms. Hernandez. I'm impressed throughout the year, but to see this summary of everything that's been done over the course of a year is just awesome. So I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
like
great
being
job.
on your team.
Thank you.
Great. Any questions or comments? No, we got a motion and a second under discussion. I don't think I had any questions. Okay, in that case, let's go to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lander,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Abstain.
Chair Grambine.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, and this is not an appealable decision, correct? This is not a, that's right.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, so on to item 2, 330 State Street. This is a new item for concept review. So the former Seaside Oil Company and Showroom, AKA Andalusia Building, is a designated structure of merit and listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Proposal for adaptive reuse of the existing multi-tenant commercial building on a 28,200 square foot site. Exterior improvements to the building include a new 900 square foot garage addition and a new HVAC equipment en route. Site improvements include the conversion of a portion of the parking lot to a covered outdoor dining area, alterations to the landscaping and site screening, and a new trash enclosure and path of travel to meet ADA requirements. This is concept review, project plans, and review of significant report prepared by staff. No final appealable action will be taken during this hearing. All right. Welcome. And is there any note, Mr. Hamilton, is there any notes on this? Or any other?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and to the commission, just a brief comment before we begin. You'll notice that several parking spaces are proposed to be removed, and I just wanted to note that the project is still in the application completeness review phase. So we're still waiting on comments on the configuration from transportation and zoning. However, as far as the number of spaces goes, the project does appear to meet the zoning requirement for the central business district. That's all I've got, and I believe the applicant is here to explain the project. So Mr. De Vicente, Mr. Lenny, go ahead.
All right, welcome.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and fellow commissioners. We're delighted to be in front of you again on this new project. So the address is 330 State. We're working with the new ownership
and actually,
team.
sorry, let me cut in real fast, Mr. De Vicente. And I don't know, is Mr. Lenny going to be joining you or no?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, he should be on.
Oh, okay, great. All right, super. I just want to make sure we have the technical stuff. And then also, just wanted to note we have the 15 minutes, and just as the clock timer, if we need a little more time, we can give it to you, but try to stick to that. Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Sorry.
Excellent.
Go
So
ahead
as
now.
I said, we're excited to be here with you to share our initial ideas of an adaptive reuse for this building. In your significance report provided by Ms. Hernandez, she's given some of the history of this building. It's part of the Andalusia building. The portion we are working on here is really on the northwest corner, the Seaside Oil Company portion. We'll look at some of the photos and show you that. So most of this was, it was constructed in 1926, and the renovation for the Seaside Oil portion, which most stands today, was done in 1937. And so in the report, you'll see some of those drawings of that renovation and also part of our drawings here. So it's a little bit of background. Let's go to the next page and take a look at some photos. Upper left-hand corner, we'll start there. So the building is at the corner of State Street and Gutierrez Street. Let's slide over to the right. And so here's the view from Gutierrez Street. You can see the broader context of the bigger building, of what it's part of, the Andalusia building, and the structures behind. So Gutierrez running left to right towards the bottom of the screen. We're on really from the State Street side where you see the tower, the whole parking lot there, and then the building portion on the eastern side. It's a multi-tenant space, a restaurant on the right. There's a gym in the middle, offices on the left, and it's totally vacant on the very left-hand portion. And we'll look at that in the plan. Next photo to the right. You're just spinning the aerial to the State Street corner. You can get a sense of the rest of the building and the tower. Now let's go down a photo. Down to the street level. You can see here the outdoor patio that's existing. The wall in the front here, the foreground, it's actually on the public property. It's just the way the angles of the property line is, but we're going to just maintain that, and you'll see how we're proposing to rework the corner patio. Next photo down. Coming along Gutierrez, here you can start to see the openings in the facade and the parking. This is the driveway in, and we'll slide to the next photo down. And this is the east end of the building here, just along Gutierrez. Was previously a dental office, now vacant, and we'll be looking at some facade improvements on this portion of the building as well. Let's go to the next page. So orienting you here, upper left-hand corner is the corner of State Street and Gutierrez. So that puts State Street on the left and Gutierrez to the top of the page, and the parking lot there on the north side of the building. So on the left-hand side of the building is the arcade, just to orient you here. And then I'm just gonna go left to right on the building, so on the bottom portion of the page. You can see the restaurant in there, and we'll maintain that use. And then in the middle, we're really looking at opening things up all the way throughout the building. So additional food and retail vendors throughout. And as you move pretty much from the middle of the building to the right-hand side, then we're looking at wine tasting or bar use, relocating restrooms. Then we have some infrastructure there at the corner of the L, offices and electrical. And then the right-hand side, we're looking at some tenant opportunities, tenant improvement opportunities that we're studying. Currently, we're talking about a bowling alley use, which is what planning is looking at, but we're entertaining some other uses as well, which we'll have next time we come to the more formal application. There's a transformer in the corner of the L there that we're going to maintain. It's a pad-mounted transformer behind screening, and we'll keep that screened. And then we are proposing just to the left of that a brand new, approximately 900 square foot display garage as part of the retail component, and you'll see that as we go through the presentation. The other thing to note is a new trash enclosure. We're taking it from the right-hand side there in that L, moving it out towards the street and kind of coupling it for accessibility with the new structure there. So with that, kind of the orientation, I'll let Henry take you through the more detailed portions of our proposed project. Thank you.
Okay, just in general, this whole location used to be automobile related. In fact, a lot of the buildings that exist on the 400 block of State Street, they were all repair shops and so on and so forth. There was a building that I remember before the freeway was born. It was a Buick dealership, and all the cars had to stop at this intersection, and you got a chance to see the previous Art Deco building and so on and so forth. This building is pretty well intact, I think, from the days of the automobile-related functions of State Street. The tower is very significant. And one of the things that you will notice is that we really did not put anything in front of the tower. We wanted that to stand out. And from that point on, I think there's a series which you will see in detail of some awnings and posts and so on. And then the introduction of the new 900 square foot building, which is going to resemble a repair garage with all the traditional detailing that was used at the time. Now on the elevation on the top, you'll actually see a view of what you will see from across the street. And you will see some awnings. You will see some supporting posts to the awnings itself. And then well beyond at the rear, you will see you'll see part of the repair garage. Let me just back up a little bit. The idea and the function of this use is going to be automobile related. Our clients restore cars from the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. And the purpose of what we're calling the garage is a display area, but at the same time, they are going to be actively working in the restoration of cars as an exhibition area itself. There's, as Ed mentioned, several small restaurants. The bar will remain. There's going to be some music, jazz groups, and for fiestas, of course, mariachi groups. And so we accommodated for all those things. All right, so we go to the lower elevation. As you can see here, the area that is in shadow is the area that will have some retractable awnings, both on top and also in some parts between the columns itself. And if we go to the site plan.
Back to page 3.
Oh, no, sorry. Let's go. Well, yeah, let's stay with that because this is going to help explain. You can see in the area where the red is, and that is going to be the seating area. It's almost like a multi-purpose space. If you start to the left or State Street, there will be some seating arrangements there, all of which would be movable. And so it's meant to have a very flexible space. And then there'll be various seatings at various times of various configurations on the area where you see the red. The parking lot, what we're going to try to do is to emulate a decomposed granite. And similar to what is done in Williamsburg, Virginia, where you lay the asphalt, you put a slurry, and then you come back with yellow sand and you smash it right into the ground itself. So the parking lot is not going to look, we hope it's not going to look like a parking lot. I think it's just going to look like a space that could be used also besides the automobiles. And if we start on the sidewalk level, the idea at the moment, even though we don't have a landscape architect yet, but the concept is to plant a series of orange trees for landscaping. There will be a fence that will be covered with some vines that will provide some color. And then on the left-hand side at the entry of the parking lot, there would be a brick apron, essentially, to introduce the project. The parking lot will open to the seating area on the left, and then you see the middle. We will carry on that same decomposed granite to emphasize the main entrance of the building there. And then going towards the right, you see some large tiles there. Well, that's the area that is going to be designated for performances. The idea is that there will be some music, various groups from the community, and even some professional groups, hopefully. And everything would be attached to the exhibit area. So anywhere you are in this building, you can actually pick in or walk into the shop area and see the work of the restoration of the automobiles taking place. As that indicated, you also see the trash enclosure, which would be completely landscaped. And then in the parking lot, instead of using lines, we would use the bronze dots as it's being used there, because again, we want to make sure that the parking lot becomes part of the whole space of the usable space of the functions of the building. All right. Also, the trees, the tree that is on State Street, and I believe it's a tree that has the beautiful yellow flowers at certain times of the year. I think it's called the Pride of Honduras or something like that. that tree will remain. There's two other trees which are of a very good size. They will remain as well. All right, why don't we go on to the next slide? Next one. If you look at this section here, you would see the post. You see the retractable awning, which is for all intents and purposes flat. And then you would see a beam that is right in the center that is going to be at least visually connected to the building. That is really a gutter in a multi-purpose beam in a sense. That would hold some of the gas area heaters, but it would also provide a way so that the water, every time we have one of these, would spill into this gutter. Then it would go inside the post, and then you can see at the very bottom of the post, the water would daylight into a planting area. And as far as we may have to make some adjustments to the doors and windows that currently exist, but they are beautiful. They are the old-fashioned steel windows, which we intend, if we're going to modify them, to rebuild them verbatim to the same details as they currently are right there. You would also see here an enlarged detail of the garage itself. It is a segmented garage that that folds open into the ceiling of the garage itself. But it's in the closed position, there would be a raw iron panel at the bottom of it, or panels to just make a nod towards the Pueblo Viejo district. Next slide. We'll go by this quickly, but this is just some reference photographs of the historic drawings that we have. Again, the tower will be painted, but we were not going to make any modifications to it. Still working on the signage for this building, which will come before the sign committee and probably yourselves as well. Next slide. And then on the, actually, if you look at the bottom elevation, you can see that the building is pretty well intact as it was, you know, back when it was built. And the intent is to leave as much as possible existing, and whatever is not, we'll go ahead and restore it to the way the drawings are shown. Next slide. And these are some details. These details occur on the State Street side of the tower. Next. This is a simulation which shows what the concept is going to be. Now, keep in mind that we're still, this is a discussion item, and we're going from general to eventually specifics, and the post and a lot of the detailing, the beams that you see there would be, it needs to be further refined. But this is just simply to give you a general idea of how this is going to work. So we'll not only have the retractable awnings, but the intent is to have some light flowing drapes, sheer drapes. It does get pretty strong westerns, late afternoon sun here. And then you can also see that in between some of these posts, there are some sheer curtains as well. In the event that a large group of people may want to utilize a whole bay of it, it can provide a little bit of privacy anyway, or a definition of that one space. And the intent is to break it up, all these modules that you see in front of you, but with some soft fabrics that are translucent. Again, the arrangement of the seating, the types of chairs that we're going to have, we'll come back to you with those details. And here you see the little bit of the parking lot itself, so it would really be similar, of course, different than the Casa de la Guerra. I mean, that's the intent of the look, the patio area in front of Plaza de la Guerra as well. Next. This is a view looking towards State Street. This is the garage door. And again, keep in mind, these are just simulations that have very little detail. Well, they have some detail, but not very much yet. And as depending on your comments and your input, I think we're going to be building up the detailing, the fine details that is required for this building. Next. And this is yet another view. And here's the entrance. So what you can see, the entrance of the building itself. I think that is probably going to be enhanced and accentuated with some sort of a signage, which we haven't yet worked out at the moment. But you can see kind of how this whole design works. Next. And this is a view looking towards the interior of, or the passageway, I would say. And again, keep in mind that these awnings are going to be retracted one way or the other. So they would never, not never, but they would most likely not be fully closed, depending on the area that we have here. Next.
Mr. Chair, and sorry, Mr. Lenny, for the interruption. Just want to make sure that, Mr. Chair, you're okay with the applicant going a little over on time.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the note, Mr. Hamilton. And if you could wrap it up in the next minute or two, that'd be great.
Well, I think we're done. Is there any other
Yeah, it
slide?
seems like you're coming to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the last page. So, Chair and fellow commissioners, thank you, Henry, for taking us through the proposed design. Yeah, we're fortunate that so much of the historic building is intact. It did get it's an unreinforced masonry building, so it was retrofitted in the late 90s, and we're going to be really sensitive with any openings and adjustments. So this is a really reduction of the parking to enhance the usability of the site. You can see how we've achieved that, really kind of blending it and making the parking go away. It's double-sided parking now, if it wasn't clear in the photos. So yeah, we're excited to get your comments, and really this will help us on the direction that we take to the next level for our formal application. So yeah, we're excited to hear what you have to say and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green hand icon and follow the directions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to give verbal public comment on this item, please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. All right, and while we wait for any hands to raise, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. To the chair and the rest of the commission, we did receive one letter of public comment that was distributed to the commission. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rydell. And there are currently no hands raised on our webinar by our webinar attendees. So I believe we can turn it back over to the commission for questions.
Great, thank you. All right, so to the commission, any questions about this project?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lenny, do you have a photograph of the existing, I guess it would be the north elevation, the one that fronts onto Gutierrez with the tower, and I think it's Casablanca Restaurant, is that correct?
Right.
Let me see, yeah. So if you have something that's from the street from Gutierrez into that, showing the outdoor dining and then the facade of the tower, and I think it extends back a little ways past the outdoor dining. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the rest of the space at the moment is office and so on, administrative stuff. Going back to the dentist, I believe he's along in there somewhere. Is that correct?
There's no one there at the moment. I think the building is empty. You're talking about, well, where the dentist used to be at the moment is,
Yeah.
the building is empty. Yeah, but there will be something there as part of the project.
Right, and so that it looked to me like the elevation existing. I'll go by and look at it, but this is relatively unadorned. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you realize how skillful I am in making a statement and asking a question at the same time?
You're very good.
Yeah, I surprise myself sometimes. So how I can't I'm looking at this on my phone, so it's rather difficult to remember. But how far along do the awnings begin from State Street, from the edge of the building, of the tower part of the building, back to where the first awning support is? How far back is that?
Well, if we look at the elevations, I believe,
yes.
Yes. Let's see, I can tell you on the elevation approximately.
Should be page 4.
Okay.
Okay. So pretty much at the okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Yes, want to make absolutely sure that there was no obstructions in the tower itself, because that needed to be viewed in any direction as a principal architectural element of the building. The rest of it is
okay.
that.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair House.
On this same page, on both elevations showing the tower, it says renovate corner facade closely, resemble original design. And I'm not really able, without some more information on the plans, to know what the difference is between the original drawings and what exists now that you're intending to renovate.
Well, the only,
All right.
If I may answer the question, the building is pretty well intact. At one point in time, and I don't think it's there, if you see the tall wall with a little chimney area there, the drawing shows as having the tiles that were placed on top of the wall itself. That's one of the things. If you go down to the, what I'm calling the principal entrance in the middle of the building, the finial or the acorn was at some point removed, and the roof tiles were also removed from that, including the little chimney that is there. So when we were doing the drawings, we took the existing drawings and we reinstated those things again. And again, it's still working on the details. Aside from that, I think the fenestration is the only thing that varies significantly, as you can see, and that would pretty much remain the same. There would be a couple of instances in which some of the windows will become doors, but with the exact detailing and keeping with the same opening that they currently exist.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Uli, questions?
Thank you. What is the construction of this marching sentry of columns and cross beaming? Is it wood or metal, or what? What do you?
No, it's going to be metal, and again, right now they look fairly simple and unadorned. But the idea is to really provide some sort of a texture to them. For lack of a better word, I'm going to say a hammered look to them, so that they just don't look like a bunch of 8x8 posts were placed there, they will be dealt with. And that's one of the things that I was commenting in the past, that we're still yet to detail that. We know we're going to have a finial on the top, and there is a crossbar or a horizontal bar that connects both of them. And that's the support, the horizontal support of the structure itself. It would have a profile to it. So it's not just a contemporary beam that comes across it, and so on and so forth. But that's the idea. We stayed away. We talked about wood, but we stayed away from wood simply because the deterioration would be quite rapid on wood and the maintenance of it. And the team thought maybe the use of textured steel would probably be a preferred way of dealing with these columns themselves.
And it looks like you're using a Moraga green marker. Is that your intent in terms of color?
Well, the color at the moment would be the Malaga green. Although we can do anything we want except white. It's probably not going to work. But I think the idea of using some grays, I mean, my preference always for the sense of continuity and compatibility. I love the Malaga green that we used in all of our traffic lights and so on. Somehow that's become the definition of metal in Santa Barbara a little bit. But we have an array of choices that we will work with you to see what really does work the best with the building.
All right. Other questions? Commissioner Jordan, and then Commissioner Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the description that appears on our agenda, it talks about new HVAC equipment on the roof. I don't see that on the drawings. Does that mean that HVAC equipment will not be visible from the street?
Oh, absolutely. The idea, the last thing we want to see is any HV equipment there. The building is the roof that you see there is a gabled roof. And we haven't really explored how we're going to do this, but if there's any mechanical equipment that needs to be placed there, number one, it would be minor because we're not going to require any fryers or anything for the kitchen. But the idea is to try to conceal it behind the ridge of the roof that you see there. It would be terrible.
Henry, I'll jump in here and just to clarify, Henry. So Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Jordan, there is a significant amount of equipment on the roof currently. And in the major renovation in 2012, it is placed behind the ridge, probably in the aerial shots that we looked at earlier, you'll see it. So yeah, our intent is to fully document that in the drawings, and any equipment, we're not really, there's a lot of equipment already. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Any equipment that might be perceived or potentially viewed, we would look at screening it. But you'd be surprised how much is up there and it's not really seen. So we're gonna approach it much the same way. It has about as much equipment as it needs. We're not touching the full kitchen that's there. So if there's anything, we'll be sure to highlight it for you as we move ahead.
All right. Commissioner Lenda, you still want a Commissioner Lenda question, Commissioner Jordan. All right. Other questions by commissioners? Commissioner Manuel, sorry.
All right. You've got a number of skyline trees existing there. How many are coming out for this design?
There's only one tree that is going to come out, and that's a palm tree that is there. I think there's 3 major trees which we intend to keep. And as we go along, we may determine that we will have the space to put some more trees.
Which tree, if on this picture, I don't know, it's a little bit grainy, but can you just can you point out which tree's coming out?
Well, they're all on, it's on State Street, and you can almost see it from this photograph. There's a cocoa palm there. And that's the only intended tree that we met to have it be removed. The rest of them, I think, again, there's, I don't know the species, but they're quite prolific, I think. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
You see sorry, I thought it was a cocoa palm. Yeah, it is a cocoa palm. I think there's one or two of them. Those we would probably remove.
The ones that along the building near that mid entrance are going to be staying.
Yes, and one of the reasons is, again, we wanted to further emphasize the tower, make sure that that is not blocked. But again, I think once we commission a landscape architect, we're going to come back to you. On the one hand, I feel that it would be nice to have some palm trees, some vertical elements here and there. Where there would be, I'm not quite sure yet, but we'll definitely consider that.
I agree, that would be. One more question, if we could go to the site plan. And for the trash enclosure, what's the existing, is the existing trash enclosure in that configuration, or is it that close to the sidewalk, I guess is what I'm getting at?
No, I think the trash enclosure, correct me, Ed, why don't you jump in and.
Sure. Commissioner Manuel, through the chair. It's to the right-hand side, just north of the transformer there in the corner of the L. Actually, I think we have the box of it still drawn in our early sketches. So that's currently where the trash enclosure is. We would open up that area as hardscape because it'll have a more active ingress-egress for that tenant to the east there. And also for accessibility reasons, we would relocate it out towards into its proposed location.
Okay. And do you know about how far that is from the sidewalk? It looks like it's right up on it, but just curious.
No, there's a space, and we kept a certain amount of space so that we're able to plant some vines or put some landscaping on that wall itself.
Yeah, about a foot of landscaping at the moment.
Okay.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Manuel, is that Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, looking at this site plan here, it looks like there's quite a large fountain in what used to be the original patio. Is that true? Is that a new fountain?
No, it's not a fountain, Bill. What it is some sort of a fire pit with some seating around it.
I see.
Yeah, so there's some fire coming out of the middle there, but there would, the idea is, what we're trying to do, Bill, is try to make this space as possible, so nothing is fixed to the ground. Perhaps the fire pit will, but the chairs are going to be removed. But it's really some fire.
I understand now. I thought the blue was water, but I see now those are cushions.
They're cushions. You're right.
And since you're removing a lot of parking, is that how does that work? That you can remove all this parking? What happens?
I can take that one.
Okay.
Sure, Chair, Commissioner Mahan through the chair. The property is in an 80% zone of benefit in the central business district. And so it's, we're able to reduce the amount of parking even with the uses in the building. And as staff mentioned, it's currently under their review. So, but from our calculation standpoint, it's meeting the zoning requirement. And as we know, there's a great parking lot just across the street.
Yes.
And it's really, part of this adaptive reuse strategy to enhance the building. Right now, the uses there have struggled because the amount of parking, it's not very friendly. So this takes that a 180-degree approach.
Yeah. So the interior of the Casablanca interior, that's not part of this application. That stays the same?
Commissioner Mahan, to the chair, there will be significant remodeling on the interior of the building as well, including changing some of the structural elements. We may go from shear walls to frames, and that's all in. We're just now getting the engineering team on board and also brainstorming the inside. But we definitely wanted to start with a broader vision of indoor, outdoor space and bring that to the commission first.
Okay. And the garage, or whatever it is, the light blue area, yeah, right, that little, yeah, that's display space. What does that mean?
Well, the display space, what our clients do is, aside from running restaurants, they also have a feature in which they restore or rebuild race cars from the 1920s on. And so this is a space in which they're going to be actively working on the restoration of cars while people can come in and take a look. For anyone that is interested in restoration of all automobiles. And you know, Bill, it's very similar to what is done in Williamsburg, Virginia, where you can go to a bookmaker and you can actually see the bookmaker making books, or the raw iron fellow making cannonballs or whatever. It's the same principle here. If anybody's interested, there'll probably be a car that is being worked on. And once the car is completed, it would be on display, and then it would be taken away and another one would be brought in to be restored or rebuilt.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other questions?
I have a follow-up question to that. Is there a defining dimension that's driving the size of this as it pushes out towards the parking lot?
Yes, we're trying to keep it to an absolute minimum for a couple of reasons. One reason is to just make sure that the shop component of where they're going to be working on is large enough and still leaving some space for the public to come in and take a look. But Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're also restricted in square footage, right? For the building, I'm not sure about that.
No, it's downtown, so we are allowed up to 3,000 square feet as a small addition. I think we're trying to keep it under a minor addition, under 1,000 square feet. And again, it's concept. This is our general thinking. So this is our current proposal, and yeah, we're interested to hear from the commission also about this new structure we're proposing, size and location.
All right, any more questions from the commission? Okay, I think I still have a few. Okay, one is, if we can go to the rendering of the garage, a rendering that shows it from the
probably page 10, rendering. If I'm guessing correctly.
There we go. Okay, that works. Okay, so why the corner window?
Well, let me see. It may be best to go to the elevation that I showed it.
Page 4.
And if we zoom in, if we zoom into the garage, that little garage there, one of the things that we looked at, Anthony, would be some of the traditional gas stations. And for some reason, they all had not all of them, but a lot of them had a post, a pipe in the middle, and a heavily broken up window configurations, including the doors. And so this window does turn the corner, but the transition point of turning is the pipe itself. And so it was actually designed that way, including the wainscoting. based on some historical photographs.
Thank you. The next question I had was, did you look at the metal trellis? Did you look at having an option where it has posts and it freestands it just off the wall? And if so, what was the thinking as opposed to attaching it to the wall?
Well, interestingly enough, we are going to have an independent post near the end of the wall because the sensitivity from a seismic point of view of this building, we're not allowed to attach anything to the building itself. So rather than having a thick post, but most likely we would have a post that is, just from the top of my head, it would be about 4 inches by 8 inches, essentially, just to receive the gutter itself. But no, we cannot attach anything to the wall.
Okay, thanks. And then the last question I had was, and it might just be a rendering thing, but if we can go to the perspective renderings of the inside the trellis, the dining space, and that. Yeah, actually, maybe another one. Go back one. One more. A little bit there. Sorry, one more. Okay, yeah. Can you zoom in on the wall on the right? Is this a shadow thing from the rendering, or is this supposed to be a wall texture? Okay, maybe it's just a shadow thing. Is that just the shadow of the?
Yeah.
Shadow.
Okay. Okay. So there's nothing proposed different texture on the wall, right?
No. No.
Okay.
Nothing.
All right. That was it for my questions. Any other questions before we go on into comments? All right. Let's go into comments. So commissioners, I would ask, so this is for concept review. So I would ask that we give them good direction on different pieces that are working and not working, and give some sort of general comments and guidelines. And I'll take down some notes and we can give a summary at the
Mr.
end.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I generally like the direction of this. It's going to energize that whole kind of forgotten space back down toward down to Street. But I do have a bit of a problem with the obscuring of the original seaside building by the 2 bays proposed that end up in, I don't know, I think there's 8 altogether. So if you're looking at it from, I think it's the Gutierrez elevation, if you could put that up, is that it? Yeah, yes, that'll work. So those reading from right to left, you have the arch, above that is the tower, and you have the elevation ending in that chimney. And it seems to me that maybe it's just because you've put in shadow, but it does seem to me to obscure the original elevation of that seaside tower. And I don't know if it's worth suggesting. Well, I'll suggest it anyway. Whether you should lose, I think you should lose those 2 bays, and if it's a question of umbrellas up, and even it could be said for the entrance, which I understand you're going to restore and put that little suggestion of chimney on the right side of that entrance in the middle of the elevation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you push those 2, it just looks to me like those posts are intrusive, and I think they will be less intrusive when we see it in maybe better detail. But if we figure out, but it seems to me that the as much open viewing of the original structure would be to the benefit of your project. I think the elevation of from the chimney that's attached to the tower, I think that should be opened up. It's a really beautiful piece of architecture. So that's just, I'm in favor of the project in general. I think those 2 things that stick out for me the most. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Commissioner Mahan. Commissioner Mahan and then Commissioner Lundvik.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the concept of getting the outside dining. I think is quite nice. Since you don't need the parking, this is positive. And the garage where you restore cars, I think that's a clever idea. So the concept of what you're doing is great. I don't think the architecture, as I look at this elevation, I don't think the architecture is compatible with the seaside oil tower and building. I think that the corner window is too contemporary, but I think that these columns are not they're not appropriate to our guidelines, and they're not appropriate to the existing architecture. It would seem to me that the arcade that's on the existing arcade on State Street would be something that would want to be repeated along Gutierrez Street, and I just don't see these columns as being appropriate at all. And the spans, because you're using steel, it forces you into spans that I think stretch the limits of the Spanish colonial revival architecture. So while I like the concept, I don't think that the detail, the way you're detailing it, is not appropriate to me. And to follow up on Commissioner Drury's comments, maybe one bay could extend into the where the existing building is and open it up a little more to that building. I think maybe 2 bays is a little too much. But if the columns become closer together, then something else might work out that would be appropriate. But I could not support this as I see it here in this elevation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes, thank you. I take the opposite opinion of Mr. Mahan. I think this is a very well done and appropriate way to deal with outside space. And seeing what's happening on State Street and the side streets now, this could set the standard by which we expect other people on State Street to develop their outside dining areas. Not this particular solution, but a quality solution. And I think this is a quality solution. I think the columns and the finials at the top of the columns are appropriate. I like the spacing. I like the unadorned quality of the architecture that is being proposed. I don't know that that Henry has to do any more moldings or trim or whatever on the garage or whatever. I think the unadorned quality that we see right now is the direction that is worthwhile going in. So I agree with Bill on the unsupported corner of the garage. I don't think that is a good solution. I understand where Henry's coming from with it, but I think that he's dealing with too much baggage of colonial revival architecture to get away with that. So I think that unsupported corner needs to be looked at more carefully. By the way, is that a Tucker in the garage I see in the rendering?
A what, sorry, Ed?
When you look at that rendering of the garage, I think that's a Tucker behind the glass there, isn't that it? Yeah.
Good eye,
It looks like it.
Good eye.
Either a Tucker or a Morgan, I'm not sure.
I think it's a Tucker. I really like the quality of the arcade, and I know it's in direct opposition to Mr. Mahan, but I would certainly encourage the architect to stick with it and improve on it a little bit as he sees fit. But I think it's a good solution, and I don't know that our outside dining areas that we're going to find on State Street all have got to be plaster and Romanesque arches. I just don't think we should go there. And we got to be more creative than that. And I think this is a creative solution. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair House.
Well, I will attempt to confuse the matter even further by agreeing with both Commissioner Mahan and Linda.
I was going to do that. Darn it.
Oh, okay. Okay, on this page that we're on right now, it shows the posts extending further above the cross members than the elevation on page 4 does. And that kind of troubles me. In general, I think that the columns should be more diminutive and subservient to the architecture of the main building. On page 4, they're shorter, and I think that's more appropriate. And I was looking for what other elements of the building could it borrow language from, and those little, what do you call them, bishop's cap fire, those vents on the corner of the building.
Chimneys. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, a simple shape like that might be an appropriate solution. And also I could certainly see them in plaster about the same width as those chimneys. So it just, you know, not necessarily with an opening at the top, but just a simple form, white plaster. And so it kind of blends against the building. But having said that, I think the concept is wonderful. I think it's really going to invigorate the neighborhood, and I think it's going to be a nice complement to the proposed building at 410 State Street. I agree with Commissioner Drury that it would be better to remove, I think one bay would be appropriate. And also, finally, and I don't get to use this word too often, but the intercolumniation, I think needs tightening up, because I think that gap in the middle announcing the entry should be larger than those other spaces. And the aerial view shows there are palm trees flanking that entry right now. And I think that would be wonderful if the palm trees could remain, and that opening, the structure moves to the outside of that, and it really announces the opening more. I think that would be nice. Oh, and then also I was going to say that I would do some research, and because I don't think that the sign ordinance allows signage up as high as you show on the elevation, being in that square of the tower just below the tile roofing. That's signage above a second floor window, and I don't think that's allowed unless you got an exception. So that's it for my comments.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair House. And who else wants to comment? Commissioner Manuel.
I'm glad that to see that the trees, some of those trees are staying up against the building. I was thinking that they weren't, so that's great. And I'm really curious to see that, maybe a picture of that that paving style that you were describing. It seems nice. And then as you were talking about some more trees up against the building, I would definitely be in favor of that, especially maybe if a couple of those bays were gone. And then could you go to the site plan really quick? My feeling of the landscape buffer between the drive aisle and the dining area, hopefully that could be maybe a little bit bigger with some plants that would seem to create more of a visual separation. I don't know what kind of dimension constraints you're really working with, but maybe you can look further at that. The planting area in the back of the sidewalk, the citrus trees that you've got there, I think that the citrus trees go well with the Spanish colonial style, but I don't think a mass of citrus trees would be appropriate for a parking lot. And I do see you have a note there for some hedging, and I think with this being an existing non-conforming layout, it would definitely be nice to get some hedging in front of those cars. But on the flanking side, on the east and the west side of the approach, the entry and the exit, I think you've got some space to really get some trees that would absolutely, boost that parking lot there. So, and then I'm curious if there's any wiggle room to push the trash enclosure back. You know, if you've got 1 foot there, I think 2 foot, there's a trash enclosure out in front of Dune Coffee where I think they've probably got about 2 feet, and there's, you know, 3 layers of planting where you don't feel like there's a vine wall up against you. So that would be nice if there's some wiggle room there. But that's my comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
All right. Commissioner Jordan.
I would like to say that I like the concept very much. I think some of the comments that have been made have been very to the point and helpful. So I'm not going to repeat them, except to say that I would agree with the comment about pulling at least one bay back from the corner tower to give it more prominence. And the other comment that I'll make is that I think that what I'm calling the Art Deco treatment of the garage with the fully cut away corner is probably a little bit out of character with the rest of the building. Even though it's a nod to an automotive history, it's more the architectural character of the building that needs to be worked on. And so I would urge them to rethink that corner.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Edmonds, do you have any comments that you wanted to add?
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away for a client matter, but so I didn't hear all of the comments, but I would just add from my perspective, I think I find it really interesting. You know, I mean, I typically wouldn't think that, you know, vintage car renovation would be interesting, but, you know, when you combine it with the work that we've already talked about going under the freeway, you know, the work on the building I think that would really complement each other. They're so close anyway. And then, you know, I believe in the past we've had some vintage car shows on State Street with the work that's going on State Street right now. I think it all complements each other really well. So I
think it's one of the only automobile things that come within our purview, apparently.
Right. I have no comment if the car was inside that window, but this could be something that would bring more tourism, and I think that other projects going on, it really would enhance the area. So I like it a lot.
All right, great. And then to add my comments, I think everyone else has put their comments in. I in general, I would take the Vice Chair House approach. I do think that I agree with, in some ways, both Commissioner Lendick and Commissioner Mahan. And I think if we can go, I want to focus on the trellis first. We can go to one of the perspectives of it. I think that'll be helpful. And I think maybe what everyone's reacting to is, well, what I was reacting to anyways, was that the size of that, if it's metal, and if you think of the courthouse as a great example, the courthouse tower, where it's such a massive building that the wrought iron at the top, or the stiffeners for holding the drapery, and also just for stiffening the railing, are 3 inches or so. But that's because they're sized to the massive building. So wrought iron itself being never gets really that big, even on a super massive building. And I think that's part of it. Is these are sized like they would be almost timbers, like an 8x8 or a 6x6 timber, but it's not. It's metal. So if it's metal, though, it wants to get smaller and be metal decorative or wrought iron like. Even if it's simple, like the historic drawings have for the tower railing, it's very simple. But even at simple, it's still going to be smaller and solid bar look, at least, even if you're going to do it out of an L piece or whatever. And then that goes for the structure of the trellis as well. If it's going to be a metal structure, one of the obvious examples, because there's a lot of them and he does them well, is Jeff Shelton's around town of metal, making trellises out of it too, and having cloth and that. And the sizing of it, I think, is super important. So that sizing and spacing, and I think that was part of the other issue, is that the space so far off the building, it's such a huge span that it starts to become not believable as just regular wrought iron, but it's also kind of oversized for that. And it's also too far of a span for what would be wood as well, or pretty darn far for what would be wood. So that's why I think it's kind of picking your language in that way. If it could end up being that it works all wrought iron, it could end up being that potentially works as wood, I don't know. But then the other option is go to plaster with your pier or post or pier, or go to an arcade or whatever, but go to plaster construction as the wall and then have something else that spans it for the trellis. So the concept, I think, heard across the board is a great concept and really liked and supportable. Now it's a matter of how it fleshes out with the design of that actual structure. So that would be my comments on that. I agree with the other comments about the 30s car corner window is a great reference, but for this building, I don't think we need to kind of stay with the building's language more than we do with the automobile language. So those were my only additional comments. So I'll try to summarize some of these. And for the landscape comments, I want to try to summarize them, but also with the understanding that getting a landscape professional on board, right away is, I think, going to be an important next step in working all this together, because it seems like there's a lot of pieces that can be played with as they go forward. Okay, so I think it was there in general. This project and the concept of the design is supportable, and as well, we are very much in favor of the restoration of the details that were mentioned as part of this project. We also like the direction of the automobile garage for the area and energizing the area. This is seen as a very positive thing. For the trellis, we'll just call it the trellis structure. The trellis structure, at least one bay, if not two bays, should be pulled back at least one bay, if not two bays, from the tower, from the tower side, as well. And I agree with this comment as well. The gable in the middle, the opening in the middle that is the middle of the building, that plaster gable, and that wants to breathe more and wants to have more room, and so to open up the trellis at that area more is also desirable. The keeping of the palms of that area, as many as possible, is also desirable, as well as the planting of trees in that area near the building is good, is seen as favorable. Let's see, for the garage portion of the new addition, the corner window was too contemporary, and that addition needs to respond more to the existing building, the language of the existing building, in its massing, and detail. Let's see, the trellis, and let's see how we can. The trellis as presented is not acceptable. The design of the trellis, to say that the design of the trellis as presented is not acceptable. It needs to either be of a traditional steel, wrought iron design, or a traditional plaster design, or a combination of them. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Let's see. We got the palms. The parking planting. So the citrus groupings along the sidewalk and near the parking lot. There seems to be too many or too much, and to be studied with a landscape architect, and as well the screening of the car parking to be looked at as well with the landscape architect. The trash enclosure, try to pull it at least 2 feet off the sidewalk, and step plantings to screen. Let's see. Oh, and And change the color of the Tucker automobile to Malaga green. Just seeing if you guys are paying attention.
All right.
All right. Strike that last one. Okay, I think that covers all the ones I had recorded. Did I miss anything? Anyone? They want to make sure to get included. All right.
I think there's a couple.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Oh,
that,
yeah.
I'm not sure that that your summary regarding the trellis and the support post for it, so on and so forth, is reflective of all of our opinions. I mean, I personally don't have a problem with the direction they're going. It can be refined, but to say that it's not acceptable at all.
Well, I did say not acceptable as submitted, but then that a reworking of it would include a direction either in this, if they're going to go steel or if they're going to go wrought iron, then make it look wrought iron, more wrought iron. If they're going to go towards plaster, then it needs to be of that. So basically, this needs to be, and I think that there was at least enough commissioners saying similar things that they weren't happy with it as it is, that it gives enough direction to say, keep working on it, refine it in one way or another, and then come back to us. But I don't think there was a clear, everyone wasn't saying go plaster, everyone wasn't saying go wrought iron, everyone was saying go wood. So there's a disagreement as to where they should go, but at least the one thing we do know is the current design as it is right now is not acceptable. It just needs to be, but the concept of it, of the trellis being in front of the building in these bays in general, having this section what did seem supportable by pretty much everyone, except for pulling it back here or there. So I want to capture that because I don't want to try to push them in a particular direction with multiple ideas of what that might be. It seems like something, they can get, everyone's pretty open to them getting there, but it's just not with this exact design.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Vice Chair House.
I would agree with your summary. I don't know if it might not be useful to ask the applicants if it was sufficient guidance for them as well.
That's a good point. All right, the applicants?
From my point of view, and we struggle a little bit with this pergola situation, even though it has to be refined, and I agree. One of the things that we didn't want to do is to introduce architecture to the architecture. I think what Ed summarized it very well. The pergola itself needs to be so different from the building, otherwise you start competing with the building. Now, what the suggestion of using thick wrought iron, that's much better. And keeping the traditional color of the Malaga green or some darker color so that it becomes an accessory, not in addition to the architecture. So the idea of putting plaster columns and so on, then you begin to kind of destroy the texture, the historical texture or the visual texture of the existing building. I absolutely agree that perhaps it's a good idea to eliminate one bay or two bays and introduce some awnings, umbrellas instead. But I believe that the direction, if everyone agrees with me, that this should be like an accessory element to the building, not necessarily an addition to the building. And that's well taken.
So, and I think part of the problem is going to be that we have a variation in terms of what the commissioner's ideas for what it might be a better solution are. But I think that what we want to try to capture is the current design, except for Commissioner Lenvik, who said was pretty much in favor of it and was willing and to say with some refinement that this is good. The current design of 8x8 a metal post with something decorative on top with whatever that is, 8 by or 10 by 8 or whatever the steel tubes are, or the rectangular steel tubes. So that, as this current design does not seem to have enough support, so at all. So I don't want to say that it is support. Everyone's in support of it when they're not, and I want to just say this is still a design element that needs to be
That's
continue to
understood.
be developed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair?
Mahan. Yep.
I was
Commissioner Mahan.
actually,
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Drury, sorry. The
yeah,
other
we're
Irishman.
we're all
Same
today,
patty.
Yes, and I would also say that whatever the comments, and you've eloquently stated, Mr. Lenny is equal to the task. I will say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep,
Experience
exactly.
with Mr. Lenny. I think he's equal to the task. Thank you.
All right.
Chair, one last
Commissioner
comment.
Lenvick.
Then I'm done. I would suggest that, that Henry and all of us go out and look at the steel structures that have been built at Cottage Hospital. Trellis
Yep.
structures using 8x8 steel columns, using, a lot of steel on the trellis structures, on the bus canopy, on a lot of areas out there that are very, very handsome, painted Malaga green, very handsome, and they come off very well, and they're not trying to, overwhelm the architecture of the building, obviously, but they're there.
Mr. Chair,
Okay. All right, that's our homework. Vice Chair House.
one final comment. And I certainly am open to a steel solution. And your point of it resembling wrought iron more is a good one. But I'm noticing from the elevation that the proportions of the windows are at most square or vertical rectangles. And I'm thinking that the rectangles created by the posted beams of the trellis are much more horizontal rectangles. So I think if it reflected the proportions of the windows in the building, that might be more successful.
Okay, so I'll add that in terms of the geometry of it to look towards it, or to push it towards a more square or vertical proportion. I think that's a good point. And good, and also a little bit on the more unique side as opposed to the George Washington Smith horizontal breakups that often happen. So it is noteworthy in terms of that geometry. Okay, so I'll add that one in terms of looking at the geometry of the trellis.
One more comment.
Going towards square. Yeah.
Sorry. Just a couple large canopy trees flanking or bookending the parking stalls as well, where there's space.
Okay. Large canopy trees. Bookending parking stalls. Okay. All right. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion
Okay.
for an indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
All right. Motion by Vice Chair House, seconded by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion. All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes?
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, we're running behind here. So let's go on to item number 3, and then we'll see if we can maybe have a break after item 3 before 4 and 5. But all right. So on to item 3. This is for 651 Paseo Nuevo. Review after final approval. Proposal for renovation of Paseo Nuevo Shopping Center, including the replacement of all existing paving, new hardscape elements, new paint on all existing building elevations, replacement of existing light fixtures, and addition of new decorative pendant fixtures, pattern pole lights, and ambient lighting. Review after finals requested for revisions to the previously approved water feature located at Paseo 6 of Paseo Nuevo, for an interactive educational exhibit inspired by Santa Barbara's coastline intertidal zone. The exhibit has been redesigned to eliminate the water elements and construct a kelp forest themed climbable play structure. The project was last reviewed on December 11th, 2019, and the most recent review of the water feature was on June 12th, 2019.
Hello.
Right.
Hello. Can you hear
Welcome.
me?
We
Oh,
can.
thank you. This
Can
is
hear you.
Susan and Adam, but my camera's not
Oh,
on.
I see.
But it's more important
All right.
that you see the plans.
Okay, perfect. We can see the plan.
We like to see
So-
though.
Well, and as a
Yeah.
matter of fact, I put on a green sweater.
Oh,
Oh.
really?
Nice.
That.
All right.
Anyway,
Looks like a green project too. All right, so welcome. I wanted to see if from Mr. Hamilton if we had any comments, and then we'll go dive into your presentation, and there'll be a 15-minute. We got a 15-minute timer going here, and so if you need the full 15 minutes, otherwise, yeah, we'll go. From
I'd
there.
like to keep it short and then answer questions. So
Okay,
what
sounds
happened
good.
was the approved plan, which was an art piece that was designed as a children's play opportunity. The health department would not approve the water part. So the plan that was approved it's almost identical. And let's see, I'm used to using annotate, which I can't do. Can I point or can someone point for me?
No, yeah, but
Okay.
Mr. Bolton can point for you. Mr. Bolton.
Okay,
can-
that's great. So in the 3D representation that you see is identical to the 3D representation of the approved project. The difference is that because we can't have water as a play opportunity, we're substituting this kelp climber and designed by an artist / he's a sculptor / he likes to refer to himself as a kid architect because he designs these climbing structures. They're actually throughout the world. And we were excited to find this, partly because at our last hearing together, Bill, hi Bill, asked us to try to find something taller for the space. And so this does do that. And it's also pre-vetted to be completely safe as a climbing structure for a child. So I think it's pretty brilliant. And I've seen it in person. And as you can see from the netting, a kid cannot fall. So it's perfect for a narrow space such as this one, and is also tall. So our idea is to stay with our original concept, only have this tall climber because we can't have water. And then we would choose, the colors would be sort of kelp inspired. So if we go back to the 3-dimensional or slide 1, the structural part of it at the top and the bottom we'll do is kind of a sea color, sea or sky color, those round structural elements. And the remainder of the elements, the leaves and the stalks, would be various shades that you might see with kelp. And then the stone sculpture you see in the upper left-hand corner would still be from our local artist, Bruce Garcia, who worked with us at the Museum of Natural History on that natural water feature. And then we would have attached, this would be a subtitle feature, and we'd be using starfish. And these are real starfish, photos taken from life. And they naturally come in these brilliant colors. So we thought that would not only be authentic, they'd be sized authentically and placed that way. And we would have a variety of colors as they naturally occur intertidally. So we're very excited about this substitute because it is a real draw for kids. It becomes, somewhat of a destination for families. And we think it's highly compatible with the previous approval. So that's my presentation. Do we have any other sheets to go through? So this also is the exact drawing that was originally approved, with the exception of, previously we had a smaller kelp item, a piece of kelp that was used for water to drip over. It was a way of distributing water for kids to play in it. And other than that, the substituting this climbable kelp structure for one that was going to be made out of metal is the only change. But we really feel it's an improvement. And I very much like the way it works really well with the existing palms in the space. The planting has already been done. The planters have already been constructed, only they don't have the rock finish at this point in time. The contractor, in order to complete the project, because these double as storm water planters, just went ahead and plastered the walls, but the intention has always been for it to be made to look like natural rock, intertidal rock. Any other sheets? It's been a while. This was our previous submission so that you can see the difference. And so we just had the little kelp sculpture. They might be kind of hard to see. They were smaller. Maybe you can detect with there's an elevation C, the height was, they were only 10 feet tall. You can see them there. But other than that, the only change is the elimination of water and the substitution for this climbing opportunity. This was the lighting that was previously approved. So we'll just be taking these same fixtures and placing them underneath the climber so that there won't be any impact on night sky.
Okay, so does that
yeah,
conclude your presentation?
That's it. Yes, I'd
All
just
right.
like to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, why don't we go to public comment now? Any member of the public wishing to comment can follow the instructions here and click on the green hand icon, green arrow hand icon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on this item, please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands raised, I will check with Ms. Rydell to see if we have any written correspondence for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did see one letter of written correspondence that was distributed to the commission. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. And currently there are no members of the public attending with their hands raised. So back to the commission for questions.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions for the commission, from the commission? Commissioner Edmonds.
Sorry, my mic on. So having run into this personally myself, you get a small child in, in the climber, let's say, who then has an issue, and you can't reach the child because you're an adult, and I'm assuming that this structure wouldn't support an adult going in to deal with looking at this photo. So you've got somebody at the top, for whatever reason, they have an issue, a meltdown, whatever, you need to get to them. How do you do that in a situation like this?
Adults can get in there.
Oh, they can, okay, and it would support an
and
adult.
there are many of these. There are 11 in California. And one of the things we like very much about this is that they have been vetted for safety over time. So quite a while ago, the first of these sculptures that was commissioned was for the Boston Children's Museum. And it could have been like 15 years ago, and it's been extremely popular all this time without any injuries. But adults can climb it.
Injuries as a parent or a grandparent, how do you get to your child that's having an issue? But if adults can go in it and go to the rescue, then that's
yes,
great.
yes, it is accessible to adults as well. Also,
Thank
a tidbit
There's
I'd like to
also a
throw out
button
there.
that tips all the leaves down and just drops the kid out.
Yeah, that's the thrill part. It's when all the kids get dumped. No, actually, I wanted to throw out another little tidbit that the sculptor loves to refer to his sculptures as fountains of children, because there's only one way in. you have to keep, it's, yeah. So they are very popular.
Keeps
so
everyone
you'll see
moving.
them. Yeah.
Okay. Other
Mr.
commissioner questions?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
On sheet 2 of the PDF, on the plan in the center of the page, there's a diagonal line. And what does that represent, if anything?
That is a good question. You can see that there's elevation A and elevation B, but that just might be a remnant.
Okay, yeah, I was concerned that it was an aerial wire that stabilized
Oh.
it or something, and just wanted to ask for.
That would be rough. Yeah, no, actually, that's the really great thing about this structure as well, is that it is stable. It's so stable that they're all mounted on platforms. They don't require footings.
Uh-huh. Another question is, would you be returning with actual color samples, or is there a choice of colors? Is it all
Our
fixed?
choice is Pantone, all the Pantone colors. And so what we would do if we get your approval today is that we'd have the sculptor propose the color palette and we would come back to you with that.
Okay. And then the final question, I'm wondering if that top circle, that top ring that's blue, if that's essential structurally, or if there's another way that could be done. I thought I saw an elevation somewhere where those 3 helical brown elements just kind of ended up in the sky, and it was more organic feeling than being capped with this ring. And I'm just wondering if that's a possibility.
This one is smaller than that one. And I believe I can ask the artist, but I believe that this top ring is essential for structural stability. That other one that you saw is kind of huge.
Where did
The
we
one
see
that's
that in the picture you presented? I was looking.
I know, I've seen what you're talking about, so it must be in here.
Yeah, I
think
can't
it's
find it.
Yes, I think I'll show you let's go back to the first sheet. I think that I know what you're talking about. And
It's
the reason
probably
I,
just sense
let-
from that lower
sheet
right
one.
corner picture.
sheet 1, see this one?
Yeah,
That one is, I showed a small portion of this,
Yeah.
just to get an idea of an approximately similar color scheme that we have in mind.
uh-huh.
But this is actually goes on quite a ways. This is a huge climbing structure, and you're probably seeing a third of it. So the structural stability of this one comes from different, where it touches in a different location
Uh-huh.
off the image.
Okay. Thank you.
We'd love to have the big one, but we don't have the space.
Okay. Other questions by the commissioners? All right. Well, in that case, let's go on to comments. Let's see. I'm just wanting to review what our action items are. What's the agenda for? Sorry.
Review after final.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, so I guess as a review after final, and also considering already one of the things that has been talked about in terms of color, it seems like we're to give it final approval, we're going to need to at least see a little bit more, unless there's some specific directions that can be given to lock it in. So just keep that in mind in terms of discussion and eventually a motion. All right, so why don't we go under discussion, comments from the commission? Who wants to start?
Well, Mr. Chair, if nobody else is speaking up, I'll just make it a comment then to see if it is possible to eliminate that top ring and feel a little bit more organic, like it's growing, climbing into the sky, and to return with color selections. The brown, I have no problem with. The green, it should not be a lime green. You know, it's something that probably is accurately reflective of kelp colors, which are more of a brown green, I would think. And if there's a way we could get a better idea of the material quality, I don't know if it's shiny or if it's matte, but you know, it would be nice to have a better feel for what we're approving.
And
Otherwise-
would you say along those lines that would be more towards a matte is what we're looking for rather than
Correct.
a shiny plastic? Okay.
Yeah. Avoid shiny surfaces.
All right.
So of course, wet kelp is pretty shiny.
That's true, but it also has water, and apparently water is now officially verboten. All right.
Mr. Chair? Mr.
Commissioner
Chair?
Drury.
Yes, so I'm looking at the big picture, sitting in the chair watching his kids. Are those leaves of kelp, are they semi-transparent or are they opaque?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Jump
Okay.
into questions.
So
That was-
they are, you can see they have those textures which would allow maybe some light through them, but they are matte and they are solid. And if you'd like to see a better idea of our proposed color scheme as a starting point, we would go to sheet 1 for that.
Okay, well, that I just wanted
That'd be
to find out. Oh,
And in reference to the color scheme, you're talking about the rendering. Is that correct?
The rendering shows sort of
the top
a duller
rendering.
color scheme,
Yeah.
but a mix of
Yeah.
colors just, I don't know,
Oh.
sort of adds interest.
That's a nice effect.
yeah, I think,
Okay.
so I would like to weigh in on the colors when it comes back to us in terms of something
All right.
kelpy. Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. That's a very refined artistic term for a color.
Absolutely.
Kelp green.
All right. Other comments from the commissioners? All right. Okay, so it sounds like the only two comments we have are to eliminate. I would say to look at modifying or eliminating the ring. There may be a way of making it smaller and extending things up, or something that gets you some part way there and still keeps your structure, or keeps your netting hold, or whatever you need. But looking at modifying or eliminating the top ring and allowing the structure to go up into the air more, to look at that, and then also to have samples and or specs for the various colors that are in the as shown in the rendering, but getting specs for it for the greenish brown kelp colors and material. And since it's all digital anyways, I think it's the best we can do nowadays is a color and a photograph if you have it, and the color spec is probably the closest we can get to reviewing materials, unless you want them to drop something off the city and look at it in that.
Whichever you prefer.
Okay, so anyone, Commissioner Uli?
It just seems by looking at this graphic that upper ring is part of the suspension system for the leaves. And so I would suggest if it is, that it just simply be colored like the other branches and not focused on.
All right, other feelings about that? That seems actually reasonable. I understand the concept of trying to do sky, but I think that might actually end up, like Commissioner Uli was saying, might end up calling more attention to it than just kind of keeping it in the same green family of twisty green stuff that's going up.
Mr. Chair, I would
Yes,
agree
Vice
with
Chair Howe.
that.
Then Commissioner Lenvik.
And agreeing with your earlier comment that, either it could be lowered or the brown elements could go on beyond it, just so that it didn't end abruptly in a flat top. So if it has a structural purpose, of course, that's a necessity. As far as materials returning for us to go in and look at it, I think it is what it is. And, you know, it's not a natural material. It is a kid's plaything, play structure. So I think as long as we see a better representation virtually of colors, I would be fine with that. And I would ask the applicant how soon she would like to return. 2 weeks? No, our next meeting's a month away, so that would be the soonest anyway. So would the request be for a 4-week continuance or indefinite?
We can get back to you in a month.
All right, sounds good. Commissioner Lendick, you had a comment?
Yeah, I think the ring is there to support the netting. And you're not going to eliminate the
That's what I was
netting
thinking.
or the ring. But, you know, if I don't know that this needs to, I don't know why we can't approve this. I mean, it's relatively minor. It's a play structure. It's going to get abused and have, you know, scuff marks on it. And we're suggesting we delay it for a month before we look at it again. I think it's unreasonable.
Mr. Chair, I respect that opinion, and this is a pretty good representation of the colors I'd be looking for. So if everybody else is okay with it, I would be okay with giving it the review after final approval.
I think we should just finalize it on.
Okay.
All right. Any other commissioners have feelings differently? Speak now. Oh, was that a thumbs up? You have ideas differently, or do you have thumbs up as in you agree with moving on? Okay. All right. Sounds like it's looking like it's ready for a review after final motion. Is there?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for review after final approval with the colors to be similar to as reflected in the rendering on page 1 of plans.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second under discussion. Anything?
Under discussion, to add to the motion to recommend to diminish the impact of the upper blue ring by either making it the same color as the vertical elements and also recommend that the spiral elements extends irregularly beyond the top of the blue ring.
All right. Does the seconder of the motion agree?
I am.
Okay. All right. A motion and a second. Under any more discussion? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Lendick.
Commissioner Lendick?
Are you?
Oh, yes. I didn't hear the name. Yes.
Didn't hear what you said. Oh, Mahan.
Commissioner Mahan, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Aye. In the good St. Patty's Day.
Motion
I'm not
passes.
Vietnam. Now you watch your step now, buddy.
All right. Okay, so this decision is appealable within 10 days. Is that correct, Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. There's a 10-day appeal period for review after final.
Okay, to City Council. All right, thank you. All right, so why don't we take, I think we're still a little behind, but why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and come back in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission. Let's continue with item 4, which is 3218 Calle Pinon, miscellaneous action item, resolution of intention. This is a review of a significance report and resolution of intention pursuant to municipal code section 2 point, etc. The permit request of a possibly historic structure shall be scheduled at the Historic Landmarks Commission for a hearing on the application concurrently with the duly noticed hearing to allow the commission to decide among the following options. 1, listing on the potential historic resources list. 2, structure merit designation. Or 3, city landmark designation of the English vernacular style house constructed in 1926. All right, so this is Ms. Hernandez, did you want to give us any background at all?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So as per our ordinance, when a project comes in for a permit that alters some character defining features, it's routed to me to determine if it should be routed to you for a determination if it's historic. The original project came in to me replacing all the doors and windows and adding some conjectural features on the front facade. And as the building is, it is a 1926 English vernacular style house, which is a style that we have a style guide on our website, and a style that is really important to the architectural repertoire of Santa Barbara. It's sort of the small cottage houses that reference more of an English background rather than our Spanish, but we have plenty of them in any case. In addition, since I started here in 2012, it has always been brought to my attention that San Roque has such a high concentration of these cottages in this style and the English Tudor style, that it could actually be a historic district one day once we get our ordinance adopted and do some survey work up there. So I just didn't want to lose maybe a potential contributing structure to that district without the commission's opinion on it. Since that time, the project, I talked to the owner and they changed their project to retain all the original elements on the front. And if you concur that you think this is a historic resource, they would actually like to have be designated a structure of merit so they could also qualify for the Mills Act. And that hearing would be on April 14th at our next meeting. And you have the significance report. I know it's so complicated because we just have to do the resolution of intention before the significance report, but our ordinance requires us also to look at the project. So our ordinance always makes this process a little fumbly, I think, but we do the best we can while following the rules. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And
Mr. Chair.
And just to be clear, this is also, well, I guess the question is, should we be reviewing the report with questions and discussion, or should we be just making a notice of intent to be reviewing it at a later time?
Yes, so just here to set the date for the hearing.
Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to give you some background since you also concurrent in the hearing have to look at the project. So just, I found that the project does meet the Secretary of Interior standards. Usually before they come here, we really talk about that and make sure it has that before it comes to you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, or sorry, Vice Chair House, and then Commissioner Uli.
Could you repeat for me what you said about how it got to this point? As I understand it, it went to SFDB before, and then somehow it ended up here. And you mentioned about changing doors and windows, but there's a major expansion to a second story. So is that what SFDB saw? And did they indicate they thought it was ready to come back for a PDA? Or I'm just kind of confused by this whole project.
Sure. It was confusing. Typically, when a building comes in for a permit application, they send it to me for review before it's sent to any board if it's over 50 years old. this project did not have that. They sent it straight to SFDB and sent it to me after. So I didn't even know it went to SFDB until after I had made a determination. So it was really confusing. The project at SFDB was to change out all the windows and doors and add some conjectural features on the front. So it would have sort of eliminated any of its eligibility as a historic resource. And SFDB did approve that. However, that's when it comes into our world, and I still have to review it, even though they sent it to me late. It doesn't meet the Secretary of Interior standards, and our ordinance requires that you look at it. So it's put us all kind of it was a difficult process. And Mr. Hamilton and I met with Ms. Insueta to really decide what to do here. And we felt we really had to follow the letter of the ordinance, that anything that might be eligible as historic needs to come to you and your review. And I really think the addition portion can benefit from your expertise. You all are the experts on historic buildings. You all know about the Secretary of Interior standards. The SFDB does not know any of that. So that's how it got here.
And did SFDB ever see the second story expansion, or was it just doors and windows when they saw it?
They saw the second story expansion.
They did, okay.
So now the project's a little revised to retain the character defining features on that front elevation, with their hopes to kind of expand the house.
And just as and I know this is a awkward one anyways, and then we'll go to Commissioner Uli right after, but just as a point of clarity, we can just get into this report and discuss it with the next item. Is that correct? Because that's part of it. But this,
sure.
Yeah, okay, good. I want to make sure. So this item is just for getting it on the calendar, but and maybe if we have particular questions, but we can still bring up those questions and have that discussion as the next item, because that's also in looking at the actual design.
Right. It's
okay,
just
good.
more
All right.
complicated.
So we don't need to necessarily get into it fully yet, but it is a tricky one right now. All right, Commissioner Uli.
Well, my first comment, I suppose, would be, thank goodness we've redrafted that ordinance, because it cleans up this whole squirrely mess.
I know. I can't wait to get it adopted.
I suppose
Go ahead. Before we go into public comment, but go just as if you have something to clarify, I think we can discuss a little bit more after public comment. But if you do have something to clarify,
no,
okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Let's go to public comments. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, not on the actual design, but on just the item of it coming before us to decide whether it's historic structures or not, or please raise your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to give verbal public comment on this item and you're attending by webinar, please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands to be raised, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written correspondence on this item, item 4?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised currently, so back to the commission.
Chair.
All right, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, question.
Okay.
Our agenda says it gives 1, 2, 3 possible things that we can do. You know, listing as a potential historic, a structure of merit, or a city landmark. Shouldn't there be a fourth possibility that we don't think this building rises to any of those issues? I mean, is it predetermined that this is?
This is directly quoted from the ordinance. So we always put it directly as the ordinance has it written.
What if one of us feels like it doesn't rise to the quality of a possible item number 1, a potential historic structure? What if we believe it doesn't rise to that level?
I think that's what you would discuss in the hearing, but I think this is difficult, but I think at this hearing, you're just setting the date to have that discussion, but that's how the ordinance reads. It doesn't really give you that option, but I think you all have decided
but that
before that
option
you
comes
don't,
out in
but
the
it's as a
discussion.
group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, so we're not deciding now, we're just putting it out there, but Commissioner Mahan, it makes sense that it should have one more option if that's what is being decided upon, really 4 options, but. Okay.
And the owner, as I said, would prefer to be designated as a structure merit. So now that they've looking at it with the historic lens, they could qualify for the Mills Act as well. You don't qualify if you're just on the potentials list.
I suppose,
Okay.
I suppose by default, Mr. Chair, by default, at a future date when the commission considers this, if they cannot support 1 and they can't support 2 and they can't support 3, then it goes off the list and is undesignated. And by default, the number 4 is an unspoken default.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, any more discussion? Because right now we're just setting a date to discuss it, so.
Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, my challenge with this particular item is typically, as it's agendized, item 4 and 5 go together. But we would have already had this discussion about the value of this resource while we're reviewing or concurrently while reviewing an application. So it seems like we've got either the cart in front of the horse or the horse in front of the cart or no horse or no cart. It seems
or 2 carts and no horses.
It seems challenging to set a hearing to talk about its importance, and then the next matter, we're going to talk about a project that potentially impacts it without having the discussion about whether or not we think it's important. It seems like we would continue item number 5 when item number 4's hearing comes back. I don't know how we can have a discussion in detail about its importance under number 5 if we have a hearing at a future date to talk about its importance.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I would have a slightly different viewpoint on it, that we should ignore that 5 is on the agenda in considering number 4. I personally, looking at it, think that it has enough integrity that it should be considered for a structure of merit designation, as well as the owners being interested in that. So I think that would be the appropriate hearing to request to designate it as a structure of merit. And then when we get into agenda item 5, what they're proposing to do will inform what we do later in the hearing.
Well, hold on though. Let's get something clear. I don't think, I think item 4, we have to do, because because of the rules, we have to just put a notice to have a hearing, and we can't even decide about it yet.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I mean, we have to decide. If I recall from a previous agenda item, we don't just set a hearing date, we have to say a hearing date to consider it for structure of merit designation. Is that correct? Yeah. Or 1, 2, or 3, we have to specify which one of those.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner House, that's typically what we do. And in the past few years, we have been mostly going to structure of merit designation, since most of the buildings on the potentials list and structures of merit are treated very similarly. They both fall under your jurisdiction and have to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. And I believe the reason that the ordinance says it has to be concurrent in the same hearing is 1, to get it under the correct jurisdiction, and 2, not to delay the project much longer, and to further postpone their project evaluation for 4 weeks, because we don't meet on the 31st seems, I mean, I think it's there to expedite the process in the way that they tried at the time, even though it makes it a little clunky that they do this all in one hearing.
Because there's a chance that, like what happened on one of them, whatever, a couple months ago, where we had, that we decided we're reviewing it. Part A was reviewing the historic structures report, which said it was it qualified and to be a historic resource, and Part B was reviewing the project. Part A, we said actually we don't agree with it, where it's not, doesn't qualify, so therefore we're not reviewing the project. So that just got kind of canceled. In this case, it's sort of the reverse. We're having to decide in the future on whether it actually is a historic resource or not, or whatever the ones that we want to put it on, and then judge the project. But then it's sort of somewhat caveated on the fact that we will actually go through in the end and actually be that. And if it doesn't end up being that, then they've got to reverse backpedal in some way and get reviewed a different way. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so
I think, in an ideal world, I think that's why in the new ordinance it's proposed to be different. But I think we're stuck with these have to be concurrent.
Okay. And Mr. Hamilton, did you want to jump in as well?
Yes, and Mr. Chair and to the Commission and Ms. Hernandez, thank you for your assistance with this as well. I'm not sure if this would be the proper way to, sort of restructure the agenda, but we could potentially trail item 4 to the end of the hearing after the concept review, if that makes things simpler. Ms. Hernandez, I'm not sure if that is possible per code, but that is just a suggestion.
Yes, of course, they can do that. Oftentimes we look at these on the project on consent and do the resolution of intent on the full board. We have, we want to make sure they get the proper hearing.
The problem I see with that is still, we still are doing the same thing. We're applying the Secretary of Interior standards as if it was either a potential or a historic resource, or not necessarily a landmark usually, but at least applying it at the base level of a potential historic resource or a historic resource. So we're still judging it by those same criteria, whether we do that item 4 before or item 4 after. It really doesn't matter, because we're going to be we have to apply the same concept to it, right?
That's correct.
Because we haven't actually made the decision. All right, Commissioner Uli?
I think, I'm trying to figure out in my own mind this crazy nut that we've got. Item number 4 is really just an administrative function of setting a hearing at a future date to consider a property for its importance in one of those 3 categories.
I agree.
I think I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution of intent to consider 3218 Calle Pino as either a potential historic resource or a structure of merit or a city landmark at a designated hearing in the future.
So we don't have to
Does that
specify.
work, Ms. Hernandez?
I don't think we have to
just asked that question.
It's just following the ordinance. We get a choice of 1, 2, or 3, and I don't think the government code allows us to bind a future hearing and predetermine what the outcome is without having that hearing. So we get a choice of 1 or 3.
Just to confirm that, Ms. Hernandez, is that?
Yeah, I mean,
So
the
we're all-
resolution I
okay.
drafted was structure of merit because the owners wanted to look at that. So I'll just,
But Commissioner Uli can say that we're going to look at all 3 as part of his motion. Is that correct?
although I think you probably wouldn't
Okay.
be looking at it as a landmark.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, keep all the options in mind. Maybe we find a pile of ancient gold under there that was stored by the Presidio.
Well, if that motion is acceptable, second it.
Okay.
So we can move on.
It is.
So we got a second motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Vice Chair House. All right, under discussion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, this could have been the longest miscellaneous action item resolution of attention we've ever had, but for good reason. All right, Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, there are so many really stunning English vernacular houses in San Roque. I don't believe that this one rises to the level of those other pieces of architecture, which should be designated. So I will vote no on this particular motion. And that's my
Okay.
reason.
All right. Okay. But although I think that that's part of the actual, action item, or to hold a hearing to actually judge it, to say, look at all the merits of whether it is or isn't, and then to decide on it at that point.
I
No, we're
agree.
not doing that now.
What's that?
We're not doing that now. We're just setting a hearing to talk about it at some date in the future.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to make sure, Commissioner Mahan, that is clear, that we're not actually deciding whether it is any of those things. It could be nothing, but we're just setting a date to talk about it and then decide whether we think it's nothing or something great.
Let's vote.
Okay, so, all right, let's vote. Roll call vote.
Did you have a second? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Yeah,
Yes.
second was by Vice Chair House.
Thank you.
I'll begin the roll call
All right,
vote. We'll
roll
start with Commissioner Mahan.
Who did you call?
Commissioner Mayhem,
No,
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
No.
Chair Grumby.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and for those that said no, Commissioner Lundvik, would you like to state your reason?
I don't think it's worth our time. It's not just, in my opinion, it doesn't rise to the level of anything. And why even bother?
Okay, Commissioner Mahan?
yeah, so I think I gave my reason already. It doesn't rise to the level of a structure of merit, even potential.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, we're done with that item 4. We're on to item 5. So 3218 Calle Pinon, new item, project design approval and final approval. This is a vernacular style building constructed in 1926. It's located in the San Roque area, which retains a high level of historic integrity as a neighborhood. The building contributes to the historic significance of the streetscape and may qualify as a structure of merit. Proposal for additions to the first and second stories of an existing 2-story single-family residence, in addition to the existing detached 2-car garage. The project also includes adding 2 new dormers to the roof, an expansion of the existing pool, a new pool deck, and new pool fence. Additionally, a new tankless water heater, forced air heater, and 200 amp electrical panel are proposed. An accessory dwelling unit ADU is proposed under a separate permit. The proposed total of 3,900 square feet of development on a 15,000 square foot lot is 90% of the maximum guideline for floor to lot area ratio, FAR. The project design approval and final approval are requested. The project requires neighborhood preservation ordinance and historic resources findings. The project received comments at an SFDB concept review on November 9th, 2020. All right.
Mr. Chair, and to the commission.
Mr. Hamilton?
Several comments. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have some comments to kind of clarify the process here. As Ms. Hernandez stated, it is a little bit out of order in that the project did go to SFDB for a concept review before coming to you. So you received a memo about this project when the agenda was posted, and we do have that available for, to show on screen. The project was originally taken in as an SFDB project, and for anybody listening not familiar, that's Single Family Design Board. And it received just one concept review at that board. The SFDB gave it generally positive comments, but did not specify whether it was ready for project design approval at the next hearing. And then unfortunately, as you know, staff did, the requirement for HLC did not get identified until the project had undergone a round of application completeness review following that SFDB hearing. This should be considered a new project to you for your purposes, since the HLC has not reviewed it yet. And just so you're aware, the application has been determined to be complete and is therefore eligible for project design approval. In addition, the applicant has submitted the details required for final approval, so the project is also eligible for final today as well, if you choose to make those findings. That's all I've got. And I think the applicant is here to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board.
All right,
can you
thank you.
hear me? Hi,
Yes.
hello, how are you?
Good.
That's a,
Hi,
it's
good.
been an interesting
So-
conversation to follow.
Yes. This is a weird one, and it might take some time of going back and forth to understand certain things. So, please, I'm sure there's going to be a decent amount of conversation. So, if you would, we've got a 15-minute timer here. If you want to go through and present, and then there might be plenty of kind of questions and working back through afterwards and discussion. So, welcome. If you wouldn't mind introduce yourself. Yes. Is that Commissioner Lenvick?
If at some point in the future, this is determined not to be a structure of merit, should we even be reviewing it, or should it go back to the Single Family Design Review Board?
Good question.
That's a good question. That was going to be one of my questions too.
Second question
Mr.
is,
Hamilton.
the second question is, we may like this design, but if it is a structure of merit, it may not be appropriate design.
Good point.
Yeah. So, yep. Mr. Hamilton, can you clarify in terms of what happens if this is deemed a structure of merit after the fact if it's not deemed a structure of merit, come whatever month from now?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the hearing to decide whether to designate the property as a structure of merit is, sometime in the future, it may be appropriate at this hearing to simply state, whether you believe the project is ready for project design approval, and then it can return for that action once it gets designated. So even though from a completeness standpoint, the project is ready for project design and final approval, in terms of plans requirements, it would need to wait until the property's been designated. And Ms. Hernandez, please correct me if I'm wrong about that.
The ordinance really tries to have the reason why it says concurrent in the same hearing is the ordinance wants you to review it in this hearing, and you can make all the findings you want. So this is the hearing. And that's why the ordinance is a little weird, but this is the chance for design review and not postponing it more.
Along those lines, we need to be reviewing it as if it were a potential list or a structure of merit, which means it has to meet the Secretary of Interior standards and all of our regular review. We are not reviewing it as if it is not a structure of merit or not on the potentials, because in that case, we're not going to be applying those same principles. Is that correct? So we're only reviewing it as if we're assuming that for now it is. Now then my follow-up question to that is, so if we review it as if this is a structure of merit, and we give feedback based on that, whether it's supportable or not, and make the findings in one way or another, and then we say, if it is actually a structure of merit. Then it goes, say, 4 weeks later, we have our hearing, it's decided that it's not a structure of merit. Then where does the project go from there, and what's the next steps for it? Does it go back to single family design and ignore everything that we just said and only go with what they said, or how does that work after that? Or does it stay with us, or because there's no double jeopardy or whatever, or double review body?
So the ordinance doesn't specify that. I would think that since it forwarded it to this board, it's now in your jurisdiction until this project's over, and then it's done.
So in that case, we're reviewing it after that point, where we then switch and start reviewing it as if we're reviewing something in El Pueblo Viejo, which is not historic, so it's not the Secretary of Interior standards. However, it has its own standards. So in which case we're trying to then apply single family design standards of just basic design to it. Is that correct? If it ends up staying here on the next time we see this, and if we decide it's not a historic resource, we basically review it as a single family, non-historic single family design, in the same way that we review non-historic buildings in the EPV, but it's not EPV guidelines that we're using, it's single family design guidelines. Is that correct?
Doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the project would return to SFDB for project design approval and final approval.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr.
That sounds good to me, but I'm trying to figure out what our rules of engagement are going to be posed. All right, Commissioner Edmonds and Commissioner Uli.
I just think we're wasting everybody's time. And we're wasting the applicant's time. We're wasting the city staff time. We're wasting our time when we should not be looking at this at this point. I'm just completely blown away that this is out of order. You know, the fact that it's out of order, it's one thing, but why should we continue to be constrained by the fact that it's out of order? I mean, I think this should be pushed off until our next meeting, and we could be completely misguiding the applicant down the wrong path here. Doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, Commissioner Uli?
Chair?
Commissioner Uli, then Commissioner Mahan.
I tend to agree with that. My sense is that if we review this project now, assuming that it has a designation that it does not have, and at that future hearing, through debate, we determine that it doesn't have any value and doesn't even get on the potentials list, we've put the applicant through a bunch of hurdles that are not required. It's unfortunate for the applicant that they're caught between this rock and a hard place now. That needs to be fixed. But if we determine that it doesn't have any value, then it goes back to the prior board. It falls out of our jurisdiction.
Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I agree with Commissioner Edmonds and Commissioner Uli. What we should do is open this up for public comment, close that, and make a motion to continue this.
Yeah, I agree.
For 4 weeks.
Can I address some of these issues before we decide not to review the project? Just to give background on it, we were reviewed in November by the Single Family Design Review Board for concept, in which they reviewed the whole project and gave comments and asked for clarifications, which were pretty complex, but we went through, presented them, provided them with 3D renderings, etc. It took a couple months to get everything up to date. We resubmitted and now have been waiting in the queue for this historic hearing, which also required an additional submittal so that we could clarify the existing versus proposed and look at the ideas. We looked at adjusting all the windows according to the historic aspects of the house. The overall intent of the project has always been the owners love the house. They've always wanted to take the house and enhance the aesthetic and really didn't consider it as historic, but it was brought up as historic. The unfortunate thing is that this is putting over probably 6 months of just hold time before a project review, before any design commission, because the concept hearing was obviously just for concept and comments. So I would just like to request from the commission and from planning in general is to look at ways in which we could expedite the process so that the clients really aren't stuck in this in-between space of design. I mean, they really just want to enhance the house. The house is definitely in disrepair. There's a lot of things that need to be done to the house to make it just livable for their family. And so I would just like the whole process to be looked at in a way that could be expedited in a way, because we've already been misdirected to the single family design review, directed to you guys, and now we're being put off another month and then potentially longer. So anything that could be done to address this would be greatly appreciated.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Hold on, Commissioner Mahan. Let's get Ms. Hernandez. Let's get some staff comment here. Go ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
Mr.
And then
Chair.
we'll go to Commissioner.
Because the ordinance says it needs to be evaluated concurrently, I really think you all have the expertise to evaluate this building and this project and not delay it another month. But you guys are really good at this, and you have the expertise to look at this. This is what the ordinance said for us to do. Mr. Hamilton and I worked with Irma, and we weren't sure what to do, and she said this was the route to go. So in order not to delay this applicant even further, I think you should look at it.
Unfortunately,
Commissioner Drury, and then
Mr. Chair. Let me just ask, this came before us because of the single family design board or because of a further conference between Mr. Hernandez and Irma Unzueta and Mr. House? How did this come in front of us in this out of order sequence?
And I have nothing to do with it.
Oh,
it's okay. You got thrown into the bucket.
Okay, anyway, what's the answer to that question?
Ms. Hernandez.
Came before,
Ms. Hernandez.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Drury. So when we get project reviews, they come in, if they're over 50 years old, they need to be reviewed by me. It says in the ordinance, the architectural historian, if it may be historic, sends it to the HLC. The staff did not send it to me until after it went to SFDB. I don't know why it was missed, but they sent it to me after. We do look at English vernacular style houses and cottages often as being historic significant. We do have some listed on our potentials list, some on our other lists. Some of you really value English vernacular cottages and who designated them in the past. I don't feel like it's my position to not send it to you, because it definitely is something that is considered an important style in our city, and it may be part of a historic district one day. So that's why it came to you.
Okay.
The ordinance requires I send it to you. That's my job. And so that's why it's here. And it was unfortunate that it went to SFDB first, but if you had found out that I didn't send it to you.
Commissioner Drury.
This afternoon, in the next 10 minutes, the majority of the board decides that it's not worth pursuing as a structure of merit, then we could review it. Then it would go back to single design board.
No, sorry, Mr. Drury. We're not deciding. That's the problem, is that the way the ordinance is set up, we don't decide concurrently that it's both we did in the last one, that's what maybe what you're thinking about with the post-Hazeltine report. We reviewed the report at the same time we reviewed the project. So we were able to actually decide on both at the same time. In this case, the ordinance just says you have to set a hearing to review whether it is or not, which is a problem. And that actually brings me to one of the points I want to make. The problem is the structure of the ordinance. And I don't think it's fair, especially if the applicant wants a review. I don't think it's fair to say because our ordinance is putting that cart before the horse in a certain sense and making us decide on something before we even review whether it is that something or not. Our ordinance is set up that way, and so I even though it's illogical in a lot of ways and I don't like it, it's still the way the ordinance is set up, and it's the structure that is the mechanism at play. And the goal of that mechanism is to try to speed things along, I guess. But it creates these problems that we're seeing right now. So I would be of the mind that as long as we're reviewing it as if it was a historic structure, if the applicant feels like they don't like our summary, and then later a month we decide that it's not actually a historic structure, then all the information that we said about it, the design critique, can be tossed out. The applicant can do whatever they want with it, and they're going to be going back to single family design board. Our review of it is basically the tightest kind of review because we're reviewing it as if it was a structure of merit. So we're reviewing it through that tight lens. So it's either going to be that or even less strenuous on the design. It's the way I feel it seems like it's going to be. And maybe single family design board will agree with this or not, but then at least the applicant knows this is only our board's opinion. And if the project ends up going somewhere else, then it's no longer, that those things no longer hold. But unfortunately, I see it as a problem that's been set up for us by the ordinance and the way it's written. And I don't think it's fair for us to push the applicant off another month just because the ordinance is backwards. So
I agree with that.
Okay, and especially considering the applicant is asking for a review. The worst that happens is we give them a review that they don't end up using. But as long as they know, eyes wide open, that that it might go that way, if we decide otherwise in a month, then at least they know that. And as well, I would say start off by saying that I'd apologize for the applicant having to go through this process because it shouldn't have been done this way, or it shouldn't have been this issue. It should have been caught right away, obviously.
Mr. Chair.
So, Commissioner Uli.
Given I'm okay with that direction. It does put us at a very odd kind of situation. How can we provide input on something that's not designated? I sympathize completely with the applicant. They're like a ping pong ball being bounced back and forth, and that's more our fault than their fault. I don't know how we can arrive at a project design approval and final approval if we've not, if we haven't figured out the designation and how that applies to the project, and just seeing it for the first time. There's a lot of stuff to get through, and I'm not quite sure, we can just, because.
I agree with you on that, Commissioner Uli, but I think what staff was saying was we can at least have certain findings. We don't necessarily have to have any design approval or final approval, but at least we're starting to build the case if it does turn out to be a historic resource for what the arguments are for the various pieces. So at least we can get something out there as a groundwork, and at least give indications to the applicant of what else they would have to change or need to do to actually get design approval, and at least give them some direction, assuming that it will actually be a historic resource, which we don't know. So I think at least they can get something out of it. I agree with you in terms of a project design approval and final approval when we don't even know whether it is something. I don't think I don't see how that would be possible, but at least they could probably get something out of it. Unless there's a strong feeling the other way, and please speak up if you do feel strongly that we just shouldn't review this. But I do think that just in fairness and in trying to be as helpful as we can to the situation, and knowing that it's a sort of at risk to the client in some degree if they take anything that we say and act on it, because it might change in the next month. But at least we can at least try to give it a review at this level.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I would agree with your approach, and just want to emphasize a point that you touched on, that I think it would be a benefit to the owners to know what the manner of our comments would be if we were considering, if they were wanting to have it designated as a structure of merit, what would our comments be if it came back for design review and it had been designated. So, I think that would be worthwhile for the owners.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, why don't we just,
Commissioner Lemons.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Why don't we just take item 5 as if it has no relationship to item 4? Review it, make the findings, give it final preliminary project design approval and final approval tonight.
Well, we haven't even reviewed it.
Yes.
We'll review it here the next half hour. We'll review the next half hour, but just take the action on it.
Okay, so hold on, Commissioner Lendick. I think that's a fine part for discussion. Let's discuss that once we see the project, and we can discuss that if we're feeling comfortable in that way and what those ramifications would be. So let's go. Unless there's any other comments, I think we should get going with the presentation. And I think that's a great discussion we need to have, Commissioner Lendick, after the discussion, after questions as well, once we're under discussion. So, all right, with that, go ahead and take it away for the second time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for being here. I guess it's now evening. So this project is a single family residence. The project involves an addition, some demolitions of some existing sort of awkward 1990s additions that were done to the house in the back, and then an addition in the back, as well as the expansion of the second floor, and also resolving a lot of the awkwardness that happened with some of the additions that were done over time. We can get more into the rendering here when we get onto, there's another rendering page, but if we could go ahead and just go to the site plan, which is the next page. So because of the age of the house and the number of sort of remodels that have been done, there are a few things that have been added and removed over time. So it's actually kind of fussy and a little bit complicated. Obviously, the main focus is the front of the house, but you could see the area of the second story. You can also see the area of the first floor addition, which is going in this almost like a center courtyard, which is really just like a blank hole in the house. There's that number 15 is a bathroom that was added that's pretty awkward. And closing off on the second story, a staircase that was sort of just put right in front of a window. So that's kind of the general intent. And then in the back, there's an existing garage that we're proposing a second story ADU, a new covered deck in the back, and then expansion of the existing swimming pool. So if we could just go ahead and go to the next sheet. So this plan just clarifies the demolition areas. So we're remodeling the interior. You can see there's that bath 3, that awkward bathroom that was added on, and then mostly interior renovations. Like I had said before, the owners really love the house. They love the style of the house. We're trying to keep the integrity of the English vernacular design of the house, but making it more modern and also just creating a functionality that isn't existing now. So we can go ahead to the next page. So this shows the demo on the second floor. So there's areas of roofs that we're removing. This is mostly to resolve the addition and also some of the sort of more awkward elements of the house and different roof heights. We can go to the next page. I think it's going to be much more clear in the elevations. So if we go to the floor plan sheets. So here's the first floor plan. So this one just shows the general intent, the darker walls or the added walls. So we're infilling that courtyard area in the middle where the little smaller steps are. We're removing, there's like an existing kind of wooden deck. I would say the 90s edition was more ranch style, and we're looking to mimic the front of the house with more of a plaster stucco arched deck with a second floor deck above. And then just keeping the existing deck on what would be the east side or top of the plan that would then also kind of be in keeping with the existing house, as well as keeping the front entryway. In terms of the windows and doors, we're planning to keep the front door, which is traditional English vernacular plank door style. And then all of the rest of the windows along the front facade, we're looking to replace with Marvin's Signature Ultimate, which is a very high-end aluminum clad door, and they do very historic styles of windows and doors. We can just move on to the next. So here you can see the second floor addition, which is going basically from line, basically the line of the right side of the master closet over. And we're going to redo the roof on that area to allow, basically, again, resolving the awkwardness of the 90s edition. We can go on to the elevation sheets 2.0. Oh, this is, these are the 8. Can we go back a page to the floor plan of the ADU? Yeah, one more page. So this is the ADU. There's the garage, and then they're adding a storage area and a pool bathroom to the back of it, and doing a slight garage expansion, and then the pool, an open covered pool deck, cabana behind it. We can go to the next page. So then there's the ADU, living room, bedroom, bathroom above. So that's pretty straightforward. There's an exterior staircase. Again, trying to really keep it very simple. And as we go to the elevations, you'll see stylistically, it's pretty in keeping with the main house. So we can go to the 2.0 elevations. So this is the front elevation. I think this would be the elevation that you would have the most interest in. The main intent would be to keep the facade as similar as possible, replacing the front windows with like for like in style, but they would like to use a metal clad window and keep it consistent throughout the house. That allows it to be low maintenance. All the existing windows are very difficult to use. They're not very, they're just not in good shape. So we'd like to replace those all. We're wanting to add 2 dormers to the front of the house to really just help enhance the style. And also on the left side of the existing south elevation, you can see where it says B, we're looking to remove the roof there and raise it up to match the roof on the other side as well, which also helps resolve the roof of the addition in the back. And then also taking off the kind of awkward gable roof of the second story and creating a more traditional second story. We would like to keep it with the steep pitch of the front of the house, but it because of height limitations, it doesn't let it. We can't go any steeper than that. We can go to the next. So this is the back elevation. So you can kind of see how this is where, you know, the most of the sort of 90s addition is there, that 2-story gable structure with kind of awkward roof. So we're looking to resolve that. An item I right there, that's that weird bathroom addition that we're removing, and that little courtyard area is behind. So again, keeping the window style consistent through the house, kind of matching the front. And you can see the roof on the north exterior elevation on the right, which is where we're raising it up to resolve the roof line of the new addition. The new second story porch area is is plaster to imitate the front entry, which is original. We can go ahead and go to the next. So these are the side elevations. I think they're probably less important to the historic aspects of the house, but again, show the resolution and also the expansion of that second story from grid line B out to add a proper master suite, master bathroom up to the second story. There's also just a small utility closet being added there. We can go to the next sheet. And then this is the driveway side of the house. So this is just showing, which is really more in keeping, except for the new second story addition. It shows the trash enclosure, the new balcony in the back, as well as the expansion of the second story and the existing side deck, and leaving the existing fireplace. We can go on to the next. And then this is the ADU. So again, the existing garage is just a simple gable structure. We're looking at adding a second story ADU while still imitating the same style. There is the elevation number 3 shows the ADU above, and then the pool storage areas below. You can go to the next sheet. And then this really shows the staircase up into the ADU, the existing garage, and the pool bathroom and garage exit. All right, we can go on to the next page. This is the pool cabana, just keeping it very simple, open structure. We can go to the next page. We can skip the section sheet. So I think that's probably less important to you. Details, I don't know if we should get into details right away. So let's just move to the, these are all the window and door details. Showing if we can go back one page, the one that I think is of importance is the window header and window sill, details 2 and 3, which really show in keeping, like using these metal clad windows, but they're very much in keeping with the profile of the existing windows with the the existing wooden sill, no trim on the exterior, very thin profile, just allowing them to replace what's existing with a new, more modern and also more insulated window type. Okay, we can go, let's see, kind of running short on time here. This is the landscape plan. So, right now we're proposing to leave the existing trees and just do sort of landscape enhancement, replacing right now they have a really large flagstone patio on the back. So replace that all with permeable pavers to help deal with some of the drainage in the property, keeping their existing lawn, and then doing planting around the edges of the house, keeping the old 1920s brick walkways where possible. So if we could just go to the next page to show some of the finishes, the landscape finishes. So these are just permeable pavers, exterior lights, again, complying with code LED, but trying to be as historic as possible. And if we can just go to the renderings layout, I think it's number 5 there. So this shows more photos of the front of the house. What we are proposing is to replace the existing windows. We have the dormers in front. You can just kind of zoom into the center photo. Yeah, just below there. Yeah, that one of the window. So you can see where we have the wood sill. And so this is what we're doing in compliance with sort of imitating the existing wood windows, but utilizing a newer window just to create consistency throughout the house. And if you just zoom out again, there's some examples on the right of the color scheme and kind of look that we're going for, of trying to retain this English vernacular look, but also brighten up the house. It's currently this dark gray color. It feels kind of heavy. It has this sort of cypress bushes. So we're just really trying to brighten the house up, make it feel lighter and more welcoming. We're also talking about adding brick at the underside of the windows. At the underside of the foundation. So you can see that on the elevation. If you look at that photo where the dog is in the window, you can see that there's some foundation, just sort of movement a little bit there where you can see the gray line. So we think it actually really enhances the house, but it also will help resolve some of these issues while being able to maintain as much of the existing stucco as possible, and just create an aesthetic that's more in keeping with the original English vernacular style. If you zoom out again, you can see there's a couple of photos on the lower left, just showing, these were the ones from the historic report that show that brick along the foundation line of the house, in both examples on this, on the historic resources report. Let's see if we just zoom out a little bit on that one. So again, there's the addition of the steep pitch dormers and, you know, retaining the fireplace and the archways, the entryway, whatever we can preserve, they're trying to preserve, but just want to replace the windows and again, add the dormer to enhance the style of the house. You can go to the second page, and I think that will be the last page. So these are views of the back of the house. So you can see view one shows the new back deck, kind of really tying it back into what was existing in the front originally. And then the other view shows the ADU below that. And then the bottom view below that just shows, you know, the view up the driveway towards the garage. And then we have just the materials on the right there. So again, permeable pavers, traditional railings, the traditional window types, tile, traditional lighting, and the integration of the white brick on the facade, and then a sort of mixed brick on some of the hardscape. I think that kind of covers it in a really brief way. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm happy to answer any specific questions about any of this.
Great.
And then the only other thing is, Mr. Hamilton, I don't know if you have, there's a file with additional photos of the project, which may help just understanding the scope. But it was something that was submitted, I think, with the first or second submittal.
So, Mr. Hamilton,
Mr. Chair, to Ms.
do we know
Grinnell,
if we have?
do you know if it's in the old plans or if it's a separate document entirely? Because we
It's
do
a
have the
separate
old plans
document
available.
entirely.
Okay. I will check for it and see if we can get it up on screen for you.
Okay.
All right, great. So if that concludes your presentation, we'll go to public comment. And then we'll come back to the commission for questions, and we'll see if by that point we have any additional photos. All right. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll be called on to comment on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we're waiting for any hands to be raised, Ms. Riddell, would you please confirm whether we received any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Riddell. And I don't see any hands raised, so back to the commission for questions.
All right, thank you. All right, so, Commissioner Drury?
Yes, I need to get my licks in while I can.
Okay.
I have dinner.
Yeah, before you. Very good.
Yeah, my question is, where do the dormers go? Do they shed light into the living spaces up front? Because they don't seem to correspond with the second story of the addition. So where do the dormers lead on the front elevation proposed?
Yes, the dormers just lead into the attic space, which they're going to be using for storage. A lot of the reasoning for the dormers is just to create a more inviting home. And so, I mean, they are going to be using that space for storage, but it was really just about enhancing the style of the house. So it's really an aesthetic choice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioner questions? I had a question. So in the second floor that you can see from here, is it was that plane pulled forward at all from, there's an existing plane that has the sort of broken wing look, where it has one side bigger than the other. But is that set back further, or is this extended out to the ridge? How has that plane changed, or has it?
It has changed. It is extending out to the ridge now. So essentially what was there before was sort of a large kind of loft bedroom. And so it's extended out to the ridge, and we're adding like a master suite bathroom and closet. So it's probably moved forward. And if you look at the
that was my next question, was about how far.
If we open up the plans and just go to sheet, I think it's A2, 1.1. So essentially it is, if we just zoom in there so we can see, we are moving forward from the right side of the master closet. So I'm sorry, I don't have an exact dimension there, but it's about 15 feet. So basically
Gotcha.
from
Okay,
the
thanks.
stairwell.
Yeah, I can see it there with the stairwell. It's not strongly pochade. It's very light,
Yeah.
and then everything over to the right. So yeah, okay,
Exactly.
makes sense. About
It's
16 feet.
allowing us to move the staircase, which is now like really awkwardly put in the sort of family room against the front side. I mean, the back wall of the house. It kind of runs right past the window. So it's allowing us to also put the stair more internally, and also resolves a lot of the roof lines issues, because we did not want to have the gable pitch back down into the structure, because it creates kind of a more awkward drainage situation.
Gotcha. And then I guess there's one more follow-up question. What's the plate height of the walls on all the way around? I'm assuming it's the same all the way around, or on either side, where the windows 18 and 19 are, and the windows
On the
22 and
second
21.
floor,
Yeah.
if you look at the elevations, it's the 2.0 sheet. And so the plate heights, we're keeping it pretty, if you just move over a little bit to the right, yeah, there, you can see the plate heights there. So we're going from 9'3" finished floor. So it is not that tall. It is about 7 foot. Oh wait, that one doesn't show it. I'm sorry. It's about an 8 foot plate height.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
Mr.
Commissioner? Yeah, Vice Chair House.
You said that there was a reason that you couldn't match the roof pitch on the second floor with what exists on the first floor. What is that?
So we have with the ground floor and the steep pitch of that front little center gable, it's a 9 and 12 pitch. So the second story, which is still steeper than typical, but it's a 6 and 12 pitch. So the dormers are going to match the steeper pitch, but that second story, if we matched the pitch, we would go probably 2 or 3 feet higher, and it just didn't work with height limitations.
What do you mean by doesn't work with height limitations? It exceeds allowable for zoning?
Yeah. Yeah, trying to keep everything below 25 feet, which is basically, the recommended single family plate height, top of roof height. So we're trying to keep everything below 25 feet. So by doing that, we would go up. We're right at 25 feet with pitch that we have now.
It looks like 22 feet, 8 inches to second floor roof on that.
Yeah, that is from finished floor to top of roof. So if you look at the left, there's the above finished grade height.
Got it.
we'd
That's
like
it.
to go.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
I have a question. There's a
Oh, yeah.
brick pathway running. There's a brick pathway running along the street, or in your plans, there's a brick pathway running along the street. It doesn't look like it actually, maybe it exists halfway down, and then if it were to exist all the way down the curb, it would end up colliding with an existing tree. Yeah, down at the bottom right corner. So I just wanted to get clarification on that. If you were proposing the removal of an existing tree to have that path go all the way, or if not?
No, I mean, I think if the pathway is not, there's no sidewalks there, so it's just providing, it's basically in that neighborhood, there's very, very few sidewalks. So we're just, we'll just work around and just kind of, the idea was just to leave, because it is the original brick pathway, is to leave whatever hardscape we can and then just maintain and enhance it.
Okay, yeah, you might just take a look at the site again and note where it is.
Okay. Additional questions? Okay. I guess I had one more. What was the was there? Have you looked at and or priced out just restoring the windows as opposed to and sort of getting them all tuned up, as opposed to replacing on the at least in the front? And if so, what was the result of that?
We have looked at it. There's several issues that come up. One is with some of the with the second floor addition and some of the other additions that we're anticipating there is going to be some shear added to the house, and that shear would have to go onto the interior walls. So just anticipating that, that's one issue. The other issue is the clients are really looking for the house to be easily maintained and not have to go back and, you know, have to deal with the windows basically. And so right now there's a lot of problems with either dry rot or, you know, with the double hungs, with the internal cables not working. And so, you know, there's just the inherent problems that you have with older wooden windows. And so they want to use, you know, a more modern system with a traditional aesthetic that would allow them the best of both worlds while, you know, maintaining the look, but not having to deal with the upkeep and maintenance of a wood window, and also for it to be a paint exterior versus a clad material that they wouldn't have to repaint. There's just the doors and windows are in disarray, and also just to keep them matching throughout the house. So it doesn't feel like it.
All right. That answers my question. All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton.
Not really a question, but I just wanted to let you know that we do have the photo document available if you would like to review it. Just giving Mr. Bolton a couple minutes to bring it up. Actually, not even a couple minutes, just a few seconds. So.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. We can keep talking. Commissioner Uli?
My question is, how has the Department of Interior Standards been applied to the project, and is there any analysis of whether or not the proposed design is consistent with any section of the standards being applied to it?
Yes. So if you look at the first page of the renderings, down on the lower right-hand side, there's kind of a little bit a list of some of the things. So we're preserving the steep roof. We want to preserve as much of the existing stucco, the entry archway, the front steps, with without any alterations or as minimal as possible, or just preserve in place. Preserving the existing plank front door, which is, you know, a traditional door style with a small glass opening. And then in terms of enhancement, we're looking to add the dormers with matching aesthetic, adding the tile at the brick at the foundation to be more in keeping with the historic style. And then also replacing all the window types and aesthetic like for like. So again, where there is an existing casement, like in the front, there's like a casement, fixed casement, we're gonna recreate that just with the metal clad, the existing fixed window in the front, we wanna recreate that as well. And then also with the double hung. So really just like for like replacement along the whole front facade, except for in the bathroom where there's a double hung, right? Which just is awkward because it looks right into the bathroom. And then also in keeping, you know, in the rest of the house, keeping the large fireplace flue, which in the standards, you know, is a large expressive flue. And then also the side decks and some of the existing brickwork on the site.
So with that, which standard of the 4 standards, which standard are you suggesting that the project complies to?
You mean like a structure of merit? Is that what you're saying in terms of standards? Is structure
Ms.
of merit?
Hernandez, no, I think you're thinking restoration, preservation, restoration, rehabilitation. Yeah. Or gosh, what's the other R?
Reconstruction of the 4.
Reconstruction. Thanks.
I would say we fall under rehabilitation because we're really trying to take the existing house, resolve some of the issues that have come up, 1 through time and 2 through awkward renovations over time, and enhance the style back to really its original glory, if not even nicer than it was originally.
Okay, Commissioner Uli, any other questions? Answer your question. And then I think Mr. Bolton had some images to look at. If we can.
Thank you. So these are just site photos, but it's just, I think will help give a little bit of context. This is just the overhead view. So if we move to the next page, the first few pages are just really showing the neighbor. So this is the house to the west. The top one is the property, which you can kind of see has got all these sort of, it just feels a little bit removed from the street. So we're really trying to kind of enhance the aesthetic of it, make it more inviting. The next page, this is just showing, we're right across the street from Providence School. Change the page. Just looking up and down the street, I don't think those are significant. Next page. Next page. So this shows the house. I think it's a little more pulled back so you can see the aesthetic of the house and see how, you know, really the front facade is, you know, pretty traditional. And, you know, really it's kind of just covered up. So again, we're trying to bring out some of the beauty of the house itself. You can see the existing garage. You can go to the next page. So this is the side yard. So you can see the fireplace and the existing side patio. And then you get a glimpse of the 2nd story addition right there. You can go to the next page. It's kind of, so you can see how the back, this is where what you call the wing roof. So there's this really kind of ranch style addition. On that lower left photo, you could see the bathroom addition. And the upper right photo, you can you can see how behind that bathroom addition, there's just this kind of hole. It's just a concrete area behind there. So it's just showing.
It's a very elegant balcony.
It is elegant. The bathroom's very elegant too there. So really it's just about removing all this and just bringing back the beauty of the house. I think there's just one or two more pages showing the yard, which is pretty straightforward. Next one. So again, just a couple additional, just some of the existing conditions of the house. And I think there's one more sheet potentially. I think that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from the commission before we go into comments, discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to jump in with comments before I have to leave.
Okay, sounds good. Go on, you just kick it off.
So I think that the existing house, or at least the photograph of the front elevation is quite charming, and I think that charm may wrap around as far as behind the chimney on the driveway side, and after that, it's a different kind of house entirely. And I applaud your solutions to the awkwardness of the previous owner's additions. Because it will look very jumbly in those photographs, and I know you're making it much more organic and sleeker than what you were presented with. But I think that it's a shame that we have to lose that the historic facade as presented. I wouldn't support the house with the changes. I wouldn't support it as a structure of merit. I don't understand the dormers. I know that you said they will illuminate an attic space. I think that the charm is in the ratio of the front wall with the windows and that lovely doorway, the entrance, and then the slope of the roof. I think that's where the charm of that street elevation resides. I think adding dormers puts it into something that is not part of that style. At least it doesn't seem that way to me, judging from what I've seen around town. But I applaud your transformation of the side and the back of the house into something much more livable, and I suspect much more efficient for the owners. And so my comments are that I don't like the dormers. I wish they weren't there. But the project as going forward, I hope you've gotten some direction, or you will, perhaps, from maybe not from the other commissioners. And I apologize for the mishap of the sequencing of the item 4 and item 5. But at least we'll give you something to go home with, I hope. So that's my comments, and I'll say good night to everybody.
Good night.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night, Commissioner Drury.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner or Vice Chair House.
Well, I think Commissioner Drury got things off on the right foot and a good start. And I think the reality is, for me, if this had gone in the correct sequence of events and had gotten designated as a structure of merit, a lot of what you're proposing I could not support, because I don't think it's consistent with the architecture of the house. So I will just enumerate some of those so you have a clue as to what I mean by that. I would also say that as it was presented to us on the agenda, it sounded like it was in a neighborhood that could qualify as a neighborhood of this kind of architecture and had a cohesiveness. But then when we saw that most recent set of pictures, I thought, oh no, I don't buy that at all. I mean, there's some of everything. There's a school across the street. So I am not seeing it as a great loss if this thing departed from, a homogeneity with other historic quality homes in the neighborhood. So what I am seeing about the architecture, I agree about the dormers. They are visually very heavy, and I have a hard time buying into them being illumination for an attic. And you would save a lot of money if you just put skylights on the backside of the ridge there. in order to get some light into the attic. If you still wanted to go with dormers, I think there's way too much stucco to the left and the right of the windows, and they should be more slender. The second story is what really gives me a lot of hesitation, because when we look at the pictures, the existing pictures of the house, you don't even see that second story from the street. And now it's extremely prominent. And I find it just totally unacceptable to have a different roof pitch than the historic part of the house. And then the proportions and arrangement of the windows is totally out of character with the historic nature of the house. And those comments kind of carry on around the perimeter of the house. Most of your windows are appropriate. The ones that I have problems with are the ones that are horizontal and high up, usually in bathrooms, I suspect. And those look like what you'd find in a tract house. And I think that it's more appropriate to use a window that is correctly proportioned for this house and window coverings or whatever else, in order to give you the privacy you need. The garage and the ADU are set back. Technically, we don't have much purview over the architecture of the ADU, so I won't even go there. But I think that I'm more comfortable than I was before about sending this back to SFDB and finding that it doesn't even qualify to be on the register or the inventory. I wish you would take into consideration some of those comments about the heaviness of the dormers and the pitch of the second floor addition, because I think that would be a vast improvement. Lowering the plates in the second floor to 7 feet or something with that steep roof pitch would give you lots of room in that space and get the scale of that down a little bit. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair House. Other comments, Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes, I thank you. I hope the other commissioners will comment as well. I was reading the staff's initial report that was attached to the drawings, and it identifies that the character of I'll paraphrase now, character of an English vernacular style house is basically the style of its roof, its steep pitch of the roof forms. And this house, as being proposed, has no steep pitches except those that are existing on the front east side of the building and by the entry. Otherwise, the pitches are 4 and 12, 7 and 12, 6 and 12. I mean, the pitches are all over the place. And if this was to come back if this was deemed to be a structure of merit, which I can't imagine will ever happen, and you brought back this set of plans, it would never be approved. It would be impossible for us to make the findings that it was consistent and respectful of the English vernacular house that was a structure of merit. Well, it can't be done. I mean, there is untold number of inconsistencies with the English vernacular house, and I don't think we should be reviewing it. I think we should be sending it back to the Single Family Design Review Board and inform them that there's probably very little chance it will ever be made a structure of merit. I think we're wasting our time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lundvik. Other commissioners? Commissioner Uli or Commissioner Jordan?
Thank you, Chair Crumbine. I'm going to echo comments that other commissioners have made. I think it's actually a nice design that solves a lot of the problems from a very messy kind of 90s addition to it. That said, and that's a good architectural solution. But that said, I have other issues with it. You talked about adding a brick base and adding the dormers and other features to move the house closer to the ideal of an English vernacular. And I understand that, but at the same time, it moves it further away from the original house. And I don't think in the end, it's very successful as an example of English vernacular design. I think it may be very successful as a solution to a house that had some issues and makes it more functional. But I don't think it actually achieves the goal of giving it the character of an English vernacular style house.
Okay, Commissioner Uli?
I'd echo comments by other commissioners. You know, the disadvantage that we have is that we're pretending that it's designated for the purpose of reviewing this design, and that is unfortunate. In my opinion, this project has not responded well to the Department of Interior standards. There are elements of the design that are just basically not compatible with the English vernacular, and I can't support it. I agree with Commissioner Lindvik that I think at some future date, when we're able to evaluate the importance of this building and the family of buildings, and whether or not it rises to the level to even be on an inventory is yet to be determined. And if we can't make that, then all of this effort that we're going through right now is for naught, which is why I suggested it be delayed. Unfortunately, the city has put the applicant in a crazy place because of all this misstepping of process. I agree with Vice Chair House's assessment of the dormers. You know, they should be much more delicate and match the steepness of the roof. And the second floor really does impose itself on the front elevation. And so there are so many things that need to be brought into compliance with the style that it's hardly worth going through all of them if this ultimately goes back to Single Family Design Board and not through us, because I think they'd have to start over basically if they're going through us.
Okay. Other commissioners want to comment? Add comments to those? Okay, I'll take a shot as well at things. And I think that what you're seeing is, and I'll try to be a little bit quick and specific about it, so that if it does end up, and I'm not, so I think the key things here is, if this was a structure of merit, what we're not going to want to see in general, as our general rules, are changes from especially the front elevation that is actually historic, those pieces that were original. If things were changed, we actually want them restored more. So, you know, sort of starting at the top with the dormers, we won't want them added because they were never there, and they're not just conjectural, they're made up, which is actually against the Secretary of Interior standards. Even if, and in this case, the dormers, I would say it's more sort of American Colonial Revival to stack window over window. In the Tudor Revival, it tends to be a little more asymmetrical and fun and sort of haphazard as to where the dormers go. So the alignment is actually an issue for this style. But even if it's sort of taking it up the next notch in terms of a Tudor Revival, if you're making it even more, sort of extravagant in that style, those moves are generally not liked, because if it's actually historic, and especially the front facade, we want that preserved as much or restored as much as possible. So that's our sort of a general rule. So then when sort of working our way down, when we come to the windows, I would say I would argue that we'd probably, as long as they were salvageable, we'd want those restored as opposed to replaced. Although Marvin's good and they use good depth on the mullions and the Muntins, so that's a good replacement window. But we would first want it restored if possible, as sort of a way of addressing it. And then when you carry it around the house, you say the other windows, we would want those because you can use the historic building code, and because this would be a historic resource if it was, then you could actually match the windows. You don't have to do dual glazing. You go single glazing, and you can match the historic look of it and sort of get the house to be unified in that way. So that would be the sort of general approach You could go to something dual glazed, but the general approach would be on the areas that are historic, either keep it or restore, and those that were additions or remodeled, try to make it look as much as possible, or even use historic building code for the single paint. And then when it comes to the base, the brick, although a brick Tudor Revival might be sort of the next upgrade in terms of the slightly nicer or more expensive version, this one doesn't have that. It wasn't original as we understand it. It's not originally brick, and so then to put the brick on is to dress it up more than it originally was. So we're going to want that preserved more. So in all those changes, the changes that are made to make the house more livable and useful and continue, that's okay, because there's a strong reason why we want the historic resource to live on. But a lot of these purely aesthetic things aren't so that it lives on or that it's more useful and you can get the inside to work or whatever. Instead, it's more just as a purely aesthetic thing. And so from the front shot, the last piece is the upper level. Now the upper level becomes, in my mind, an argument of this is so that it's more using the resource to be more livable, if it were a resource. But then I would say that the strategy should be to minimize that. So pull back from the ridge line. Maybe you hip that roof so it's just roof across. Maybe that'll look more goofy. I don't know. But you try to minimize things, whether you're dropping the plate. Maybe you do a jerkin head across clip the gable and make a jerkin head across the top to minimize it. In some way, you try to kind of push it back and drop it down so that it's not competing with the original historic front. So that would be the kind of, but that's the piece that's trying to keep the resource livable and usable and be able to do additions or whatever towards the back and in a sort of minimal sensitive way with minimal impact, visual impact. So that would be the kind of general strategy, I would say, and then you apply it around the house. In a lot of ways you have for matching the window styles and things like that. And then with minor elements in the back, like the railing, for example, you need to do like an all wrought iron railing, similar to how Tudor Revivals would have. Sort of some details like that would have to get fleshed out. And then in terms of the pitch of the roof, you might have to take strategies of either, and this always happens for Tudor Revival. One of the big things is our English Revival, English country. The front-facing gables are usually the steepest because the side gables, you don't experience them. So they can be wider and cheat, and you don't really notice that they're not as steep as a 9 and 12 or 12 and 12 or whatever. Instead, you can cheat and get them down to 6 and 12 or 8 and 12, but as long as you don't experience them straight on. But this one, you're experiencing straight on. So maybe you do shift the gable off to the side and kick the rest of the roof or do something else, but then you're really drawing attention to it. So I think that second story is if it were a historic resource, that's a strong design challenge as well and hard to try to minimize, but it would have to be really minimized. So that's the sort of to add to the sort of, or to be a little more specific on what I think everyone's reacting to in general, in terms of how we would review it if it were a historic resource. So it really is a stronger or more what's it called, demanding review process for especially changing the historic components and working with them, and even the parts that you add and work through, us wanting you to match the true pitches of the roof and that. I think the back is more successful, both because it was severely messed up before, and you're doing a lot to clean it up, and that's really good. So that, and also because that's not the public front, and that's both least, almost nothing of that remains that was historic, and what was done is really terrible, and you're doing a much better job of helping it. And then I would say the last thing I did want to take a look at was the back elevation, just so that there's a sort of, because we focus on the front so much, we can flip to the back elevation real fast. Yeah, this is good. If you zoom into the view one at the back. So for example, with this, one of the things that stands out is the balcony, the porch, elevated porch. It would want to be the plaster would want to be thicker and bigger. The piers, like the front porch has both thick, but it's only a little tiny porch. This is a big porch, so it wants to pretend like it's sort of built out of brick. So you would make that opening a lot smaller, and you'd mass up those corners especially, and you might even introduce something in between because it was a pretty big span. And then that same thing above, maybe it's just a wrought iron railing, or if you did do something plaster, then look at some plaster examples of Tudor Revival, large decks or balconies, which there aren't a lot of, but there are some. But the supports down below need to really have that massing of the plaster walls. And then, like Vice Chair House had mentioned, things like the horizontal window in the bathroom off to the right, or whatever, if it's the bathroom, but that little horizontal window, that would need to be changed to something that's more typical Tudor Revival. If there's not any more comments, that I think gives at least a good range of the pieces that would have to be and meet to, if it were going to be, if it was declared a historic resource, if it was decided to be a historic resource, or on the potentials list, because it has to meet both in both ways. We treat it as if it's the same in terms of what the sort of rules of engagement are, or what the rules we apply to it are. Okay, so I guess what I could do is I can go through and summarize those, fairly quickly as a list, so at least it's there as a list of elements that would need to be reworked were to stay in with our review body. Okay, so any other comments before I summarize? All right. Okay, so so the front, let's go to the front elevation. We'll go to the two views here. I think those are the most or have the most comments we made, the front view and the back view. The overall idea is the existing front elevation should be retained as much of the historic forms that are there as possible, without new additional forms that were not originally there, such as the dormers, the brick base, and the replaced or the new windows. They should be refurbished if possible and restored if possible. The second story addition should be minimized as much as possible, including so that it does not interfere with the overall look of the existing structure, which would include pushing the proposed wall further back from the top of the gable, of the front single-story gable, minimizing the second-story gable by either looking at either a jerkin head or a hipped roof altogether. And minimizing as much as possible from the street view. On the, let's see, the garage and ADU aren't in our purview, but in general, the overall design aesthetic moves would be throughout the site to be matching pitches, as well as the language of Tudor Revival as much as possible, with looking at examples of elements that do so. All right, so let's go to the back. Oh, go ahead.
Before you go to the back, it just might be a drafting omission, but the vent over the main gable on the front tends to be a detail of this particular style of architecture, and is on this graphic. So
gotcha. Yep, good point.
Be retained.
Yeah, and with the retained gable vent as part of it. And along that, just as a little side note now, and so the terminology is right, so that when we say restoration, it usually means you're doing something to make it, so restoration could be like fixing the plaster and restoring it, and then, painting it, or it could be restoring the windows, taking them apart, rebuilding, epoxying, or whatever, new ropes and weights for the hanging and that. So that's more of a restoration of elements, or restoring what was. So if you found a photograph of what was actually there, so for example, the gable vent, the commissioner really said, maybe you found a photograph that they were a different gable vent and you want to restore them to back to what they originally were. That's also a restoration in terms of our terminology. So if we're leaving it there, then it's not a restoration. It's just it's just a preservation. We're just preserving that piece in place. Okay, and then let's go to the back. And okay, so for the back, in the back elevation, the back gable, I would say to treat it in some way like a Tudor Revival gable. And so look at examples of ways of ending your gable, and at least trying to get it a little closer to what a Tudor Revival gable would be. And there's various details for doing that. The railing should be wrought iron or some other, or plaster piers with wrought iron if there's a good historic example to follow. The supports for the balcony should be much thicker and with a smaller opening, thicker, more wall to opening ratio, and with a detail that is Tudor Revival. I see you have a little corbel. Looks like it's somewhat similar to the front porch, so a play off of it would make sense and be appropriate. But the amount of plaster above or the thickness of plaster that goes across from pier to pier needs to also be of a sizable amount that would be visually believable as a masonry structure. The windows, the horizontal windows need to be eliminated and made into more traditional Tudor Revival window shapes, which are vertical. And I think in general, that's it. Am I missing any other pieces? Okay, so I think that's a fairly good summary of the review that we have if this were to be deemed a structure of merit or put on the potentials list. The other details I think we can get into in terms of the materials and that as well as a next step if it does stay in our commission's review. So okay, anything else to add to that? All right, so now comes the next step, which is what is the motion that wants to be made? And I guess the first question is, what are our options of motions? So, I mean, it could just be an indefinite continuance with these comments, because if it does end up being that we decide on the next time that it is a structure of merit, it could be put on the same time, or it could be put a split so we decide whether it's structure of merit and then it gets pushed to one way or the other with to the single family design board or to ours. Commissioner Uli?
I think the appropriate action is an indefinite continuance with the comments. I don't see how we could do project design approval or final approval given what we've just discussed.
I'll second that motion.
Then I'll make it
Yes, I have a question regarding the actions we might take. Is it unreasonable to have a straw vote on whether or not we would find this to be a structure of merit or remain on the potentials list? And my reason for asking that is a straw vote may tell the owner and the designer that they should proceed in a different direction, knowing they will go back to the single family design review board.
Well, the only problem I think, okay, Irma can, there we go. Irma can weigh on this one.
I don't think we can.
All right, Mrs. Sveta.
Actually, I was going to suggest that the commission take a straw vote to determine whether or not you feel this structure can be designated. Because what I'm hearing is that there is a lot of concern about the project as designed, and in order to designate, it's going to need quite a bit of a revision. So if you knew from a vote, a straw vote, that the majority of your commission would not designate as presented, then you could certainly indicate that to the
That helps,
applicant.
yeah.
Right, that would help. And the applicant could decide whether they want to proceed with the HLC review or go back to the single family design board.
Mr. Chair.
All right, well, I got a better idea. Why don't we do a straw vote on whether we think this is a structure of merit or not? No, I'm
Mr.
just
Chair.
kidding. That was Mr. Lenvick's idea first,
Yeah.
and then Mrs. Ncetta's. So who is that? Sorry. Commissioner Uli.
Yeah, as well intended, I think, as all this discussion is, I don't think we can take a straw vote against a resolution of intent for a future hearing, because if we take a straw vote now and the majority of us say no way, and then new material is developed and we have a hearing at a future date to discuss the merits of whether or not it's historic, and that changes, we're sending all kinds of mixed messages to the applicant. I think it's best just to continue the matter with comments, wait for the resolution of designation when the hearing comes up. And then if it stays with us, it stays with us. And if it doesn't, it goes to single family, which is prepared, I presume, from the comments to make a final action. So it's going to be, you know, one hearing with them and they're done on the current design, and there's no work for them to do.
I agree with that approach.
I actually had similar worries about it because I was going to ask first if everyone had read the report and with that in mind, with that judgment in mind. And the other issue was, as I was thinking, it would also be a question of whether commissioners wanted to go out and visit and see for themselves as well, whether, you know, seeing it in real life sometimes can help one way or the other tip things. And that might also be a thing that people wanted to do in the meantime. That was my only concern as well. But we do have the report. We did all get it. So that's what was the thing that was also swinging me the other way of, we could actually, if we're not going to get any new information or we're going to make a judgment on the report eventually, then we can at least give a straw vote on what people felt at this moment, given the report that they read, and leave it at that. And then the applicant at least knows this is only a partial judgment and it's not a full, and things can change if people go out and see the site, or if there's some other additional information that's found. But I could see it going either way in that sense. Yeah.
Should we ask the applicant if she wants to roll the dice and see if she comes up with snake
Yeah,
eyes?
I think that's a good, fair way. Yeah, I think that's a fair way. All right, to the applicant, do you want to hear a straw vote? Knowing that it's only a not fully vetted, and people might go out and see it and then just change their decision, but do you want what everyone's feeling right now, you know, sort of lick your finger, stick in the wind and see where it's blowing this way today?
Yes, that would be great. I would appreciate just direction. I think from the designer and owner standpoint, we want to get this through planning and get approval and get the house renovated. And so it seems to me that the most expedient and simple way is if we aren't designated as a structure of merit and we're allowed to proceed with single family design review board. Obviously, we don't want to keep going back and forth through everything. And if I may be wrong, but it sounds like regardless, we won't be able to resubmit to single family until after the hearing where the project is officially reviewed. But if we could today just be like, it's not a structure of merit, go back to single family design review, we would definitely take that and just proceed as we were prior to the HLC path.
And Mr. Chair, there's one other option.
Yeah, Commissioner.
There's one other option to the applicant, and that is to pull the request to make a designation.
We would be fine doing that. We basically, if we are just before you as a board and you as a board or as a commission have decided that we aren't complying with it, then we would pull that application because it seems like it won't get approved anyhow. It seems like there's a lot of wind blowing in the other direction, and we will, then I can coordinate with the planning department. But again, there is a historic report, and so I don't want the whole situation to then become like more of a mix in the pot. So we would definitely pull.
And actually, Mr. Hamilton, did you want to say something? Because I think I know you might be wanting to say, and I wanted to bring something else up too. You might be saying the same thing. Go. Did you want to say something?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify for the board or for the commission, yes, it would be possible for the applicant to resubmit plans to SFDB right after this hearing if they wanted to. If the commission, did continue the project and indicate that, they would not be in favor of designating the property. So just so you're all aware, that is a possibility to resubmit for SFDB more or less immediately, and the plans have already been deemed complete, so they could return to SFDB for project design approval and final approval consideration, and potentially be moved on pretty quickly.
Now, that can happen. Just as a point of clarity, real fast, that can happen in tandem with it's considering that we're not going to be reviewing this for 4 weeks out, or that can happen even if we poll are you saying if we poll the resolution 4 from item 4, if we pull that away and we say we're not going to review it at all, this can, and we just make the straw vote now, this can go on its merry way to single family design and without anything else from us, and that's okay as an action? Or is it going to go in tandem where we are still going to be reviewing it, but this can go get agendized for single family design in tandem with us reviewing it as well, or something else?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, hold on. If Mr. Hamilton, you could weigh in on that.
I believe,
and then we'll go to Mr. House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe it would be the former option, indicating in today's motion that the intent will be to not designate this property as a historic resource at the future hearing.
Okay, so
And,
we can't
Mr.
actually
Wentz,
do
if
that
you-
with a straw vote?
I think so.
No, it would have to be agendized for a future hearing in order to, officially make the decision to designate or not to designate. But, the straw vote today would send a signal of indication that you're, either are going to or not going to designate based on the current design.
Okay, so then let's play this forward a little bit. So we're still going to have the hearing, right? And so, but they can keep going with design. If we get a straw vote that says that we don't think this is a historic resource, they can still get agendized then and go down the single family design route. And if at some point they're going down that route, we designated a structure of merit, it's going to come back to us. Is that correct?
That makes
Or
sense.
how does that play out? If it ends up changing, I'm saying if our straw vote is today one thing, and then when we actually go to judge it, it changes. I want to make sure the applicant understands all the issues, and we understand all the issues that could happen here, so that they're sort of making the choice, and we're making the choice fully, eyes wide open with this.
Yes, and I believe if maybe Ms. Unzueta and Ms. Hernandez can help me out here, but I believe that you would need to send a clear signal that you're not going to designate the resource, designate the property as a resource, in order to allow the applicant to continue to SFDB at this point. If there's any question at all of, potentially designating it in the future, based on any reviews between now and then I think it would be better to just continue it and wait to make the determination until after the official hearing.
Okay, Ms. Unzueta and Ms. Hernandez, do you want to?
Why don't we simply reconsider our action on 4 and pull the
The resolution of intention. Don't set the hearing.
Yeah,
Okay, and that is enough to
I think we can
to
pull the
squash the
action.
whole thing if that's what.
I think we can pull the action in the same hearing.
Yes, you can go ahead and reconsider your first action to hold the hearing, and then you can go ahead and vote on this and make in your motion that you,
Mr. Chair,
Determine that it's not.
don't,
I'll make a
Excuse me.
motion for a reconsideration of agenda item number 4.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second by House and Uli under consideration. Any discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
I think we all have to agree.
Or does it have to be just a?
I don't think it's
Well,
a simple.
let's vote and see. What's that?
Yeah. I don't think it's a simple majority. I think we all have to agree to reconsider the matter.
No,
Okay.
under
It's
Robert's
simple.
Rules of Order, it's simply a majority.
Well, you have to read our rules. That's what governs us.
Well, let's vote and see if it's a.
Let's vote and let's see if it's not. Yeah, then we can argue after. I like that idea. All right, roll call vote, please.
We'll start the roll call vote. We'll begin with Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
I voted yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury, absent. Commissioner Edmonds,
Absent, I believe.
Good to leave.
Commissioner Lundbeck,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, let's reconsider it. So opening item number 4. So if we can pull it up onto the screen, I'll just read the title. And we've already had the initial discussions of it, so we'll just open public comment after this. So this is a reopening 3218 Kai Pinon miscellaneous action item, resolution of intention. We'll reopen this item, and then we'll go to public comment. Any member of the public who is still awake can comment by raising their hand, clicking the green arrow, hand icon.
Thank you, Mr.
Lost him.
Mr. Hamilton, I think you're either muted or we lost your connection.
We cannot hear you.
Mr. Hamilton, we can't hear you.
You can read his lips, though.
Mr. Bolton, or anyone else, could you answer if there's anyone waiting for public comment?
Houston, we have a problem.
I think we broke the system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll ask him. Heidi,
All right.
Heidi, can you see it? Mr.
Oh, Mr.
Hamilton.
Hamilton's back.
I think Heidi can see as well. I don't have access to that.
Frozen.
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have one person who wishes to comment. Just to confirm, you didn't hear me previously.
Correct.
I didn't hear you previously. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Sorry about that. So we do have one commenter, Richard Clausen, with the hand raised. So I will unmute you, Mr. Clausen. And you may go.
First, as a neighbor from a couple of blocks away on Calle Fresno, I would like to offer my sympathy to the applicant. I'm in favor of as many homes in our city that are reasonable candidates for structure of merit to become structures of merit. I think that helps neighborhood compatibility and cohesion and establishes that we have a historic city, and I think that we do. and I don't fault the applicant at all. I think that this was a staff misreading of the project and misdirecting of the project that has landed in the lap of HLC. As a sometimes parliamentarian myself, it's a thorny problem. And I think that HLC has muddled through, but has done well to arrive at the current decision point in the tree. And I look forward to hearing the outcome of your decision. I think the applicant has done everything right. And at the wishes of staff and presumably at the wishes of SFDB, I think that the commission has done everything right to try and right the wrong for an applicant. It's an ugly procedure to watch from the outside, but I think that it is to the commission's credit the way you've handled it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
It was ugly in here too.
For your words of encouragement. All right, any other public comments, especially nice ones like that?
Mr. Chair, and to the commission, there are no additional hands raised at this time.
All right, back to the commission.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we deny the resolution of intent for 3218 Calle Pino for designation of the property at any level.
Second.
All right, motion by Uli, second by Mahan. Is that Mahan?
Yes.
Okay. All right, under discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair House.
I have to trust that that's the correct wording for the motion. I'm wondering if Ms. Unzueta would like to weigh in on that and approve that as the right way to go.
Ms. Unzueta?
Either adopt or reject.
Right. The motion would be to reject the resolution of intent.
Or you can say stomp on it.
Throw it out the window.
And
All right.
St. Patty's Day, we could
All right.
stomp.
There we go. All right, any other discussion?
So that should be to reject.
Commissioner Jordan?
Then, correct?
Yes, reject.
Okay.
In order to reject, do we vote? The motion is to reject. So to say yes is to support the motion to reject, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Any other final comments? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll begin with Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury, absent. Commissioner Edmonds, absent. Commissioner Lindbeck,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine,
Hey. As in no.
no.
Yeah, no. And my reason is that I do think that the original existing front, especially the main front of the house and the most important portion facing the street is still well intact, and it's a good example of a nice English vernacular. So one of our tutors. So all right. With that, the motion carries. All right, and so because we have rejected it, now where do we go from here? So we don't have to deal with item 5 then, is that correct? Because now, Commissioner Lenvick?
I would like to make a motion to return this application to the Single Family Design Review Board, as we do not find that it will meet the standards for a potential historic resource structure of merit or landmark in the city of Santa Barbara.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion. I guess this is the question to staff. Isn't that just the automatic?
Where are you?
Mr.
Isn't
Chair.
that the default
for the
because it's no
commission.
longer in our purview? Ms. Nsueta and
It's
Mr.
on our agenda.
Okay.
Let's get rid of it. It's on our agenda. Let's get rid of it.
So,
Yes, I
well,
would,
I think that's de facto. It's no longer just like the last one, when we decided it wasn't a historic resource, it's just not, it doesn't exist to us now. So, we don't send it anywhere. It just automatically goes.
that's correct, and you don't hear the, item 5. I mean,
Yeah.
that's moot now. Okay.
Yeah. So
Wonderful.
you're saying we wasted all of our time? All right. Well, it's a learning process. We now know how to deal with these oddballs.
It's
All right. Well,
experience.
thank you very much to the applicant. I do want to thank the applicant for sticking with it with all this. And we're very sorry on behalf of the city and all of us that you've had to go through this to get to this point. And we wish you the best and a speedy project going forward.
Well, thank you. And thank you for making a resolution on this so we can proceed, because I think the clients are ready to keep going. And I'm very thankful that there was some sort of decision made so we can just keep the process.
All right.
moving
Great.
forward.
Thank you. And thank you all, commissioners, for sticking with it late into St. Patty's Day evening.
Hey, yeah. Now we're going to celebrate St. Patty's Day.
That's right. All right.
The
Okay, so I
top of
think
the
that's
evening, the top of the evening to all of you.
And are we
it. And
drafting?
the rest of the night to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you. Good night.